If you all can grant the chair 2 more minutes here. I left my binder upstairs, if you don't mind, but that's okay. It'll be coming. In the meantime, we could actually do, if we could start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I'll have Helen call the roll.
Y'all ready? Okay. Mr. Alex has given his proxy to Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Andrews?
Here.
Mr. Applebaum? Here. Ms. Blanco?
Presente.
Ms. Brazil? Present. Ms. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Buckley?
Here.
Ms. Campagna Wheaton?
Present.
Ms. Cardona?
Presente y lista.
Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan? Here. Okay, I just couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Conrad?
Here.
Ms. Daughtry has given her proxy to Ms. Swecker. Mr. Davia Pronez?
Here.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Devermont? Here. Ms. Dingle?
Here.
Ms. Dowdell?
Here.
Ms. Dugarala?
Here.
Mr. Elridge?
Here.
Ms. Fowler? Here. Ms. Free? Ms. Free? Mr. Goodman? Here. Okay. Ms. Hernandez? Here. Mr. Hicks? Mr. Wynn? Here. Ms. Kmark? Here. Mr. Cap?
Here.
Mr. Kerrigan? Here. Ms. Klebb?
Here.
Mr. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Lewis? Here. Ms. Lopez Franson?
Presente.
Mr. McDonald?
Here.
Ms. Moreno? Ms.
Here.
Monroe Marino. I'm doing it backwards. I apologize. Mr. Munoz? Here. Mr. Marib?
Here.
Mr. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Seltzer?
Here.
Mr. Shea?
Here.
Ms. Spain?
Present.
Mr. Spate? Here. Ms. Schwecker? Here. Mr. Thompson, I understand, has given his proxy to Mr. Ray. Mr. Triber?
Here.
Mr. Unamoto? Here. Ms. Verrett? Present. Mr. Washington? Here. Certainly is a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Helen. Members, per our charter and bylaws, a quorum is 40% or 20 members present in person or by proxy. I'm pleased to report we have a quorum, and thank you for being here today. Before we begin, Jim and I would like to thank each of you for your service to this committee. I think I've said it probably several times, the gratitude that I think we both feel for all the hard work that you've put into this and to get us to this day. This year, the Rules and Bylaws Committee has gathered 7 times. You have committed an extraordinary amount of time to the Democratic Party, and we are so grateful to you for your contributions, as well as your patience and flexibility as we navigate this process. This work has resulted in the 2028 call for the convention, which provides for the allocation of delegates and the rules for the convention. and the main rules governing how our delegates for the convention are selected. And before I get started, I believe that my co-chair, who is not with us today, but he is on Zoom, we're waiting for him to come, so I might interrupt us again to see if he has any opening remarks. Today, we will be turning our focus back to the states being considered to hold pre-window nominating contests. As a reminder, those states are as follows. Delaware and New Hampshire applied in the eastern region. From the Midwest, Illinois, Iowa, and Michigan submitted applications. In the South, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. And finally, in the western region, it was Nevada and New Mexico who submitted applications. As we begin our discussion today, I'd also like parties for their time and effort that they poured into their applications. During this process, it was truly remarkable to see just how diverse our party is. I know we've all found the information we've learned over this cycle to be informative and inspiring. Our state parties have left us with an easy decision, haven't left us with an easy decision, and we are looking forward to engaging conversation today. I'd also like to note that the RBC is one of the most diverse and democratic committees that has ever been assembled and it has been done under Chairman Martin. The RBC itself was expanded prior to the beginning of this process. Many of the committee members were chosen directly from the DNC caucuses and councils for the first time ever, ensuring that the voices from all across our party and our country were represented in this process. We are going to have a wonderful time today. Make no mistake about it. Now for today's meeting, we will first discuss 12A waivers, after which we will introduce a motion to determine the waivers to 12A of the 2028 delegate selection rules, which we will provide in a report to be ratified by the DNC. To maintain commitment to geographic diversity, we are required to issue waivers to at least 4 states, with one from each region. The resolution passed by the committee in October also allows the committee to include a 5th state. You can find this resolution in your folder. As a reminder, 12A of the proposed 2028 delegate selection rules states, no meetings, caucuses, conventions, or primaries which constitute the first determining stage in the presidential process, the date of the primary in primary states and the date of the first-tier caucuses in the states may be held prior to the first Tuesday in March or after the second Tuesday in June in the calendar year of the National Convention, provided, however, that the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee may provide waivers to state parties to hold their first determining stage before the window within the calendar year. All waivers of this rule has to be approved by the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee and are subject to ratification by the DNC. It is my understanding that we might have an amendment for this resolution, and I believe that Michael Capps might have an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Michael Kapp from California. When we started this process to launch the 2028 presidential primary, we laid out our principles and process in a resolution that this body thoughtfully designed and approved. Can staff please bring that resolution up on the screen? This resolution limited us to considering at least 4 and up to 5 states who will receive waivers to the early window. But for the past few months, I've been speaking with many of you one-on-one about the potential of considering a sixth state for a waiver. In that spirit, I'd like to offer a one-word amendment to the resolution. I'd like to change the word 5 to 6. I believe 6 waivers offers us some unique advantages. I believe a 6th potential state eliminates demographic gaps a 5-state window simply can't. A 6th slot means no major region or constituency walks away feeling like this calendar wasn't built for them. Because what we'll be creating today will be for the entire country and ensure that our eventual nominee is battle-tested and ready to take the fight to the Republicans on behalf of every American. I also believe that a 6th slot protects grassroots candidates. More early contests mean more low-cost opportunities to build momentum before costs skyrocket on Super Tuesday, ensuring that candidates have an additional shot to earn momentum, exactly what our own criteria calls for. To be clear, approving a 6th waiver today doesn't mean that we'll end up with 6 states in the early window, but it does mean that we will have additional flexibility. Approving 6 waivers would be the DNC visibly expanding the table instead of just relitigating the same states every cycle. I believe that's the story we want going into 2028. I respectfully ask for you to join me in supporting a waiver for a 6th state by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and second. Members, the floor is open for discussion. Oh, Donna? Oh, I'm sorry, Donna and Wendy. Mhm.
Donna Brazil, District of Columbia. Hi, reporter. 20 years ago, I was involved in the process that brought about the addition of 2 states, Nevada and South Carolina. Think about adding states like cooking a big dinner for your family. You're bringing along dishes, menus, recipes that might not have ordinarily been part of the meal. But today I see a Democratic Party, I see a country that's growing, that's expanding. And adding 2 states will give us an opportunity to serve up this wonderful lagniappe to the country. So I support the amendment, and I hope when we finish this assignment we have today, that we give not only a 5th state, but perhaps a 6th state an opportunity to be part of this wonderful, delicious meal that we're going to present to the American people in 2028. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Chair Brazil. Wendy?
Thank you, ma'am. Wendy Davis from Georgia. I would like to urge my colleagues to consider having 6 states. We have talked at length in meetings all year long about battle testing our nominee, being able to take what is going to be a very well-qualified field and giving them the opportunity to reach voters of every shape, size, color across our beautiful country. And I think having 6 states gives us those opportunities. You might refer to it as an obstacle course, but to win in November, it can't be about A or B. It's got to be about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, all the way down, every different group. And I think having 6 states gives us that opportunity for folks to find where they are strong and also work on where they're weak. So by the time we get into March, we will have people who have gone through this gauntlet and strengthened themselves so we can win in November, because winning in November is where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Henry?
Thank you. I have been around a little while now, but decided that I wanted to be a part of this process that I had never participated in and didn't quite understand. And so I sought election to this committee from part of what makes me who I am and makes me an American, which is the LGBTQIA community. And felt like that this group had the opportunity to create not just a series of states, but a process, a roadmap, a route, a different type of approach that is called upon because of the moment that we're living in. And that you needed to lay that entirety of that roadmap out as a continuum for candidates, because people quite honestly just don't feel like things ever change for them and that they don't get better, and that the roadmap has to accommodate challenges and things that maybe we don't want to talk about, but we need to. And so I'm strongly in favor of a route through this country that allows the candidates to earn back the trust of the American people on behalf of this party, to listen to people, to go places where we haven't been, to consider things that, for myself, I hope we talk about, and that, and so for that reason, I'm strongly in favor of 6 states.
Thank you, Henry. Raymond?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. For the record, I'm Ray Buckley, the Chair of New Hampshire. Many of you have heard me talk individually to you about my support for the 6 early states. Now, while my dear friend Donna talked about the meal, I looked at it as the table, and that making room for everybody at the table, and making sure that there is nobody, there is not any segment of our population that's not being traumatized daily. Everyone needs to be heard. Everyone needs to know that they have a voice. And so I believe when we create this big round table that we have got a space to make sure that, to ensure that everybody will have a role in this before we hit Super Tuesday, and that nobody can feel that they were ignored. And I think that's a critical, important first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Steph?
Stephanie Campagna in New Jersey. Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. So for the 4 states, we specify that it's 1 per region. The 5th would obviously make 1 region have 2. So are we saying that the 6th state has to be from a different region than the 5th state? Does that need to be said? Just want to clarify that.
No.
Okay.
The remaining states will be decided on by the committee, so it's not necessarily a region. There has been a proposal put out potentially adding a southern state, but you have several states that will end up being voted on. Yvette?
Yvette Lewis, Maryland. I just want to say that having a 6th state ensures that every single person at this table will be touched as we go across the country. Not only will we be touched, but our friends, our families, our neighbors. There's not one person at this table that will not have a touch if we add that state. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion around Mike Capps' proposed amendment? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment will be,
Thank you all.
So we're now going to move on to our regional discussions, where we will issue Rule 12 waivers. A stipulation of our guiding resolution is that we will issue a waiver to 1 state from each of the 4 regions. But before we get into that discussion, I know that my co-chair is now on Zoom, and I would love for him to offer some opening remarks, if you can bear with us for a second. Jim, are you
Hello,
there?
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, thank you. I hope you all know how much I'd really like to be there with you. This was the 1 week of the year that I could not do that. Wonderful family reunion at Campobello Island, my grandparents' summer vacation house in Maine. Well, actually in Canada, but you take a bridge from Maine. So thank you for tolerating this attendance on Zoom. I think we obviously have considered many, many possibilities. We've just made a significant step in adopting the sixth state. I think we can move forward to get this job done today. I suggested earlier that people try to keep their remarks under two minutes, ideally 30 seconds, but under 2 minutes. And then we circle back to people for further remarks only after other people have had their say. So I miss you all, but thanks for letting me participate.
Thank you, Jim. We miss you too. But last night, we had a great dinner and fellowship, and that's where we really missed you. So as we move into our business today, our first order of business will be to determine which state will receive a waiver from each region. We will vote alphabetically by states. You will have an
And I missed being there, but
You will have an opportunity to vote on each state under consideration. However, you may only vote for one state per region. Starting with the Eastern region, our committee received applications from Delaware and New Hampshire. Prior to voting, I will now open the floor for discussion on the Eastern region, which includes Delaware and New Hampshire. So if any of the members would like to speak on behalf of Delaware or New Hampshire, the floor is open. Joanne?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and good morning to my fellow committee members. Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. The decisions we make about our presidential nominating process matter, not just for the sake of a calendar, but for selecting a winning nominee who is able to engage voters who have increasingly become disheartened with our party. When the committee began this process, we were clear about the pillars we wanted to prioritize in evaluating early states: rigorousness, fairness, and efficiency. Those principles were important because they reflect what Democrats need to ensure we win the White House in 2028. We all share a commitment to building a Democratic Party where every voter feels welcomed, respected, and empowered to participate. The question before this committee is how we design a process that reflects that commitment while also meeting the criteria we agreed with to guide this decision: fairness, rigor, and efficiency. New Hampshire has never claimed to be perfect reflection of the country, no state is. But what New Hampshire has done for decades is battle test candidates through tough, face-to-face conversations that no ad buy can replicate. That process matters more now than ever. The candidate who emerges from this process should know how to organize everywhere and win anywhere. They should have experience talking to rural voters, suburban voters, independent voters, and communities that are not always easy to reach. The Granite State is ready to put candidates to the test and help send the strongest nominee possible into the fight in 2028. And with that, I hope that this committee will support New Hampshire for the Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Elaine?
I want to support New Hampshire. I've long been a fan of the voters in New Hampshire who exhibit for me exactly what we want from all the voters in this early stage. We want the voters to pay really close attention to not just the policies of the presidential candidates, but to their character. And you can't really do that over television commercials, right? You have to be there shaking their hands, talking to them in the coffee shops, and the reporters who watch these interactions tell the rest of us important things about the candidates, things that we cannot get from mass media, which is so often so deceptive. So I support New Hampshire as being part of the early states, and I hope that however this plays out, all the other early states will take note of what the New Hampshire voters have done over years to improve this process.
Thank you, Elaine. Is there any further discussion on Delaware or New Hampshire? Those of you, since there's no further discussion, those of you who would like to vote for Delaware, please raise your hand. Those of you who would like to vote for New Hampshire, please raise your hand. Thank you, everyone. I think we have selected a state from the eastern region, which is New Hampshire. Again, if you were carrying a proxy, you should have raised two hands, but it seems like there was an overwhelming support for New Hampshire. We will now move to the Midwestern region. Just as a reminder, those that submitted applications for the Midwest region was Michigan, Illinois, and Iowa. So we will go in order. If anyone would like to speak up on behalf of Michigan, Illinois, or Iowa, please raise your hands or put your table tin up. I think I see Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barry Goodman from the state of Michigan. I add to the fact that sitting here on behalf of the Rules and Bylaws Committee is a wonderful honor to be part of this esteemed body, and these decisions are so important. And I'd like to make sure that that importance moves to the state of Michigan. I believe that we are the ultimate battleground state currently, and unfortunately. We have, of all the 12 states, the strongest labor background. We are second to California, I believe, in rural and agriculture. We have a strong African-American majority black urban city in Detroit. We cover everything, and I really believe that this election goes through the Midwest, and the Midwest seems to be in play every 4 years these days, and we believe that Michigan should lead that fight to bring the Midwest back in the blue category. So with that, I would ask this panel to vote to move Michigan forward as the Midwest candidate.
Thank you, Barry. Lisa?
I also want to thank everyone for this opportunity for Illinois to have a chance, I believe for the first time, to come into the early primary space. Truly believe that Illinois showcased a strong opportunity here for the candidate to be very successful, and with a strong, diverse, not only in population, but rural, mirrors the nation, a transportation hub to get candidates around the state, even in the worst times of winter. And we have a trifecta to easily and swiftly make the changes necessary for a calendar date. And one of our strongest assets is also our labor, labor being our backbone to having a very strong party in Illinois. Anyway, I just wanted to have that opportunity to just present Illinois in a way that the candidate would definitely have a strong opportunity to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Roxanne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of Michigan. You know, of all the states under consideration, Michigan has the highest union density at about 13%. And, you know, the reality is there is a trust deficit with working people, especially in the industrial heartland, for unions that look like mine, that are largely industrial and manufacturing. There has been a significant loss of support from industrial workers, and so it's very important that this conversation starts in states like Michigan so that candidates know and hear about the loss of hope, the loss of the hope for the American dream, not just for themselves, but for their kids and their grandkids that once existed in the industrial heartland that's now been lost. And so that conversation needs to happen, and workers like my members need to know that they have not been left behind by this party. And that only happens with conversation after conversation after conversation in local, you know, diners, local union halls, and having it in Michigan creates the opportunity for that. So I strongly support Michigan for the Midwest.
Thank you, Roxanne. Debbie, or Congresswoman?
Stick to Debbie. First
Thank
of all, I want to start by saying to everybody that I do believe very deeply that no one state should ever have a lock-on going first. And what we are doing this time is building, as we voted for 6 states, building the story of the Democratic tent. And I have repeatedly said that presidential candidates need to be talking about the issues that are going to determine the outcome of the November election. So the issues that everybody's going to be talking about in October need to be part of the early primaries as we develop this schedule out. So I think Michigan reflects the broad coalition that we've got to build in November. We bring together, we make things and we build things and we grow things. We bring together urban, suburban, rural, and small-town communities, union households who we've lost, by the way, and still have not brought back, manufacturing workers, farmers, entrepreneurs, and professionals. We have one of the most diverse electorates, including African American, Arab American, Jewish, Latino, Asian American, and Native American communities. We have showed, Michigan showed it, but as other states have, that every part of the coalitions want to be heard. And let's be honest, Michigan had the uncommitted voters last time that candidates need to learn how to talk to them. An early Michigan primary ensures candidates are discussing the issues that decide the general election: lowering costs, creating good-paying jobs, protecting democracy, strengthening health care, and expanding opportunity. So we believe that Michigan is one of the states that voters who will help determine the outcome in October and November. You'll hear from them, not just a narrow slice of people, and including Michigan. And yield back.
Thank you. Ray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ray Buckley from New Hampshire. For 50 years, New Hampshire and Iowa were the sole first states, and then we expanded that, and again, we're going to expand it even more today. But I don't think that this should go, that Iowa should not be acknowledged. that the work that they did over the years, that the work of current Chair Rita Hart and former Chair Scott Brennan, who was a longtime member of this committee, poured their heart and soul into this. And what happened in 2020, that story has yet to be told accurately, in my opinion, and it wasn't their fault. I just wanted them to, there's some exciting stuff happening in Iowa this year. And while I'm not going to vote for Iowa, I do want to acknowledge that they will have our support in these races and that they are an important member of the Democratic family. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Is there any further discussion on Michigan, Illinois, or Iowa? If not, we will move to a vote, starting with Illinois in alphabetical order. All those who would like to see Illinois be selected for this region, raise your hand. We will now move to Iowa. All of those who would like to see Iowa in the Midwest region, raise your hand. Michigan, all those who would like to see Michigan. I think it's pretty clear. And make sure, I want to remind people, if you have a proxy, to raise 2 hands as well. Thank you, everyone. It appears that Michigan has been selected for the Midwest region. We'll now move to the Southern region, which we had a plethora of states apply, and it just reinforces something I've heard the chairman say this week, is that the South is becoming incredibly important to our party and building our party. So with that, the committee received applications from North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, and Virginia. The floor is now open for discussion for those who want to support any of these particular states. Carol?
Thank you. I'm not going to go into all the reasons that South Carolina should be in this because we've talked about that so much with all of you, but I do want to remind everyone that another thing we have talked about over and over again is the size of states, how important it is to our candidates and our process that we begin with small states and sort of work up, that we end up with stronger candidates that way. Out of the southern states who have applied, South Carolina is the only state that qualifies for being a small state. We are the fastest growing state in the country, but we are still, for our purposes here, a small state, and I think that should be acknowledged. The other piece that we should acknowledge is that South Carolina has done this before. We've been in the early winter before, and we have demonstrated that South Carolina picks presidents.
Thank you, Carol. Wendy?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Wendy Davis, Georgia. The South has something to say. I want to thank my colleagues for expanding so we can have the first 6. And I would love to have you have Georgia be one of those first 6. We are a true battleground, no doubt. In 2028, we will be re-electing Senator Raphael Warnock. Being an early state will help lift that Senate race to victory, I believe. We're talking about fairness, rigor, and efficiency. Georgians are moving to the Democratic Party. Last year, we had 2 statewide elections that weren't nail biters, that weren't won by a thin margin. We elected 2 new Public Service Commission Democrats to a formerly all-Republican body, and they got 60% of the vote. We have outstanding candidates this cycle. Senator John Ossoff and Keisha Lance Bottoms is going to be the next governor of Georgia. These races are moving in our direction. Polling has the senator up by 13 vote points, has Keisha Lance Bottoms, who, in disclosure, I work for, up by 7. It also has a generic ballot of Democrats for the state house, with Democrats leading 51-49, which is remarkable. This year is going to show that Georgia can produce victories. When we elect Penny Brown Reynolds, our next Secretary of State, this November, she can move us to any date you select to put Georgia in. Y'all know about our diversity. Let's talk about Georgians, rural Georgians. Our candidates need to be able to have those communications with both the black and white neighbors I have in rural Georgia, suburban voters, our working families of every shape and size, growing things, making things. The economic diversity is remarkable, from people struggling. People are struggling so much now. We need to be able to talk about those poverty issues. And the families and our service members who are in an unnecessary war. We have a very, very important set of veterans and military families in Georgia that, again, our candidates need to be reaching and communicating with. Our state party has caucuses that match the caucuses we have here at the DNC. They're thriving. It's an opportunity for us to grow in every layer by picking Georgia. Also, we keep thinking of states in this primary cycle, and the state matters, but it's also about winning delegates as these candidates are moving forward and competing. And the fact that Georgia has so many congressional districts, there's an avenue for candidates to win delegates across the state without winning the entire state. I think that makes us quite compelling. Again, thank you for the time and your consideration. I'm excited that we're expanding our table to the first 6 states, and I'd love for you to consider having Georgia be one of those first 6.
Thank you, Wendy. Susan?
Hi, Susan Swacker, Virginia. For the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to align myself with my friends in South Carolina and be supportive of that. And knowing that there will be a later discussion about additional states, I will have something to say about our Commonwealth then, but I will wait until that point.
Thank you, Susan. Christophe?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Since the early 2000s, South Carolina has been the first in the South contest, and our party's most reliable read on black voter sentiment, the group that this party most depend on. And as well as we provided a great read on overall Democratic voter sentiment, for that matter. In South Carolina, we have the infrastructure from multiple presidential cycles already in place. We have also spent the last year recruiting candidates for office at every level. And for the first time in our state's history, we have a candidate for every office. We have strong candidates for U.S. Senate with Dr. Annie Andrews, who has been punching above her weight the entire time, and who is now running for an open seat after the untimely death of Senator Lindsey Graham. So the tide is changing in South Carolina. We have a dynamic candidate for governor with Dr. Jermaine Johnson, and we have candidates for all 6 constitutional offices. And in November, I am proud to say that no South Carolina State House Republican will run unchecked, because we have a Democratic candidate running in all 124 State House races. We have never done that in the history of South Carolina. So South Carolina has done the work, and we will continue to do the work. And we are ready to lead right now. We don't need a legislative action. We don't need a favor from our Secretary of State. You can depend on South Carolina. You can depend on us to deliver election results on Election Day. And I want to also add that after the Calais decision came down, and South Carolina Republicans, went for a power grab like they've done in the Deep South, like they did in the Deep South, to try to dilute black political power. South Carolina Democrats made their voices heard. We voted in record number, outvoting the Republicans in early voting by 44%, which halted their power grab and stopped them from redistricting mid-decade and removing one of our members of Congress, removing our member of Congress. But I just humbly ask this committee to please consider South Carolina for the early window. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Is there any more discussion on the states that were presented? If not, we will move to a vote in alphabetical order. Those in favor of Georgia moving in the early window, raise your hands, please. Thank you. Those in favor of North Carolina moving into the early window, please raise your hand. Those in favor of South Carolina moving into the early window, please raise your hand. Okay. Keep your hands up for just a second, please. Thank you. Thank you. Those in favor of Tennessee moving into the early window, please raise your hands. Those in favor of Virginia moving into the early window, please raise your hand. Thank you. It appears that South Carolina has been chosen to move into the early window. We will now move on to our western region. And we will open the floor for discussions. The two states that applied were Nevada and New Mexico. For those who would like to speak on behalf of any one of those states, the floor is now open. Danielle.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Danielle Monroe-Moreno from the great state of Nevada. First of all, thank you to this committee for adding, we talked about adding 2 more states to this process, to adding Nevada to the process a few years ago. We were first in the West and very honored to be that. Nevada is a community that, a state where a presidential candidate early in a campaign can prove themselves by building a coalition that we as Democrats need to have. We are a state with a large working class voters, a union state. The diversity of our state is not just Latino voters, it's Latino, Black, AAPI, Native American. And we need all of those voters to win back the White House. So I'll keep my big speech for later, but when you look at the criteria that this committee set forth for rigorousness, we are diverse. We are the working class state. Nevada's electorate sets up that presidential candidate with the ability to win nationwide. When you talk about fairness, Nevada is a small and inexpensive state where Democrats have a long history of grassroots organizing and competitive primary elections. And then when you talk about efficiency, from the universal vote by mail to same-day voter registration to 7 days of in-person early voting, Nevada runs the safest, most secure, and accessible elections that there are. And more than that, we build, and we're a great place for those that want to train up to not just run for office, but to work on campaigns. That is Nevada. I'm going to say that all roads to the White House, to build that coalition that we need to take back the White House in 2028, starts in the state of Nevada.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes, Keith Umamoto from California. 5 months ago, we lost a great Democrat, great American, Reverend Jesse Jackson. And he said, America's not a blanket, one piece of unbroken cloth. American's more like a quilt. Many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes, all woven together by a common thread. Being an Asian American whose family was incarcerated and looking at what this administration is doing right now. Of the 12 states that have submitted for the pre-window, Nevada is the one with the largest percentage of Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders. And for our candidates to be battle tested with the Asian community, it is incumbent upon, at least my community, to have them in Nevada, to hear what those candidates have to say, and to actually deliver our message that it's going to take America forward and reverse the tragedy that we're seeing in the last couple of years. So I'm speaking up and supporting the state of Nevada, of which I look as my second home from California, going to Reno every other year. And I will highlight, I will be there again, because we need to keep one of their two great senators in the U.S. Senate. And like I said, that is why I believe we need to have the state of Nevada in the early window.
Thank you, Keith. Shad?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Shad Mira, State of Colorado. There are few paths to the White House that don't include Nevada. And Nevada is central and key to making sure that we get a Democrat in the White House in 2028. I do want to take a moment just to talk about the West, and with a special emphasis on my neighbor down south, New Mexico. In times of trouble in this country, we've always looked west. And big country teaches you to plan past what you can see. And that's something that the West uniquely offers. On so many of our issues, Western values are democratic values, but we have to think and talk about them differently than our friends out east, down in the South, in the Midwest. And we have states with the most independent voters we need to win to be able to be successful in winning the White House, but also controlling the Senate, controlling the U.S. House. We also have the highest population of Latinos, and these are members of our family who are being torn apart from each other. You're seeing kids ripped away from their parents. You're seeing communities shelter in place because they are afraid to go outside and gather in groups because of what Donald Trump and the Republican Party has enabled and militarized against our Latino family. And Western voters, we have to care about issues that actually outlast a 2 or 4 year election cycle. We have issues that we have to decide on that are going to impact the next 50 years of life in the West. Water. We are facing immense drought out west, and corporations and foreign governments are investing in land in the upper basin states that is going to directly impact how water is delivered to California and other states in the lower basin. Public lands are our livelihood, and as Donald Trump just the other day began the process to shrink Bears Ears, we are seeing our public lands at threat of being carved up and sold to the highest bidder. That means a worse economy, that means fewer outdoor spaces. The places that we love and that define America can go by the wayside if we are not successful in winning the House and winning the Senate and winning the White House. And when you talk about issues that public lands can define, it's not just about being able to go for a hike or take a nice bike ride or camp. It's also that sportsmen are our best advocates for passing comprehensive gun safety laws that save lives. These are some of the most responsible gun owners in the country. They, just as much as anyone in any urban city, hate what assault weapons have done to our communities, to our schools, to anywhere you can go in a public space that's now threatened by gun violence. Veterans seek public lands because of a refuge for mental health. This is bigger than just the outdoor spaces. We have to think big. We have to think long-term. New Mexico offers an opportunity for candidates to answer questions about tribal rights and sovereignty that they're not going to be asked anywhere else. The highest share of Native voters in the country are out west. These are questions that we have too often failed to ask candidates, and then we wonder why we're losing sportsmen. Why are we losing veterans? Why do we sometimes lose people who love outdoor spaces when we know that the Democratic Party is the answer to these questions? On healthcare, we do not have the most connected metropolitan areas that we can, with hospitals just around the corner. Sometimes a trip to the hospital or an emergency room is a 45-minute drive. And so I just want us to think deeply about what Nevada and what New Mexico offer our candidates. And I sincerely hope that we're able to have a conversation that includes both these wonderful states as part of our the quilt that my friend from California just talked about building as we navigate our path back to the White House. But the opportunity out west is immense, and we shouldn't lose it.
Thank you. Artie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Artie Blanco, Nevada. 21 years ago, I started out at the DNC as a Southwest political director. And I remember an RBC meeting that was happening in the first month that I was on staff, and it was the meeting of making the decision, the final decision of adding Nevada and South Carolina to the early window. Fast forward, we were successful in that. Our statesman, the late, great Senator Harry Reid, who developed this legacy of bringing Nevada forward. Not only was it about our state and our culture and our issues, but he was one of the great Senate leaders that we've had, at least in my lifetime, in my generation. And what I know is that Nevada became home to me after that cycle, after 2008. Being able to be there on the ground to see the first caucus in the West, seeing new conversations with presidential candidates that never really sat down and did a lot of retail politics with Latino voters or Asian voters. As everyone knows, Las Vegas is considered the ninth island of the West or the country. And I think that what is important here is the diversity and why Nevada. We are the quintessential small battleground state that is diverse and looks like America. So yes, Nevada should remain within the early window. And so I'm proud to say that I'm very happy about the work that we've done and what we've proven to do. Nevada meets all of the criteria that has been set forth, as my amazing chair has just stated, and so we look forward to remaining in the early window. Thank you.
Thank you, Artie. Kaylin?
Thank you, Kaylin Free, Oklahoma. I am going to cast my vote for Nevada, and I'm going to hold my remarks for the 5th and 6th early window to discuss New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Mignon. David McDonald, Washington. This is, in some respects, a closer decision than I would have thought coming in. I'm going to vote for Nevada because I think in the context of this cycle, we need to stress a battleground state up front. My experience with Nevada has been they're well organized, they know what they're doing, they represent the constituencies, and I have every confidence in their leadership in that regard. But I would be remiss if I didn't comment that New Mexico, more than any other state, I think, demonstrated the wisdom of our opening up this process to applications, to inviting people to come in and make a case to us rather than assume that we will just overlook them. It was a very compelling presentation, and I'm not, like others, I'm going to save any further comments about New Mexico till we get to the downstream. But I just think we ought to acknowledge that the process that we have set up has got both short-term and long-term benefits, and I hope that people will not take for granted 4 years from now what the outcomes will be, but instead will give us a wide choice of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there any further discussion? Artie, your 10 is still up, yep. So seeing no further discussion, we will move to a vote. We will start with New Mexico. Those who would like to see New Mexico in the early window, please raise your hand. Those who would like to see Nevada in the early window, please raise your hand. Thank you. It appears that Nevada is going to be moving in the early window. And just to recap, we have for the Eastern region, New Hampshire, Midwest, Michigan, Southern region, South Carolina, Western region, Nevada. But I also want to state that we did just pass an amendment to add or to look at considering 2 additional states. So some of these states might be revisited at the end. So we're now going to turn our attention to first in the nation conversation. Our next order of business will determine which state will be the first to hold its presidential preference contest in 2028. As a reminder, 3 of the states we have just selected for the early window would like to be the first in our party's nominating process. To do this, I am going to ask Helen, our parliamentarian, to conduct a roll call vote of our membership. We are going to need a majority vote of the full body. As a reminder, there are 49 members of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. I'm sure you only thought it was 25 of you all, didn't you? A state must receive 25 votes in order to be selected to hold the first contest in the nation. You will each have the opportunity to vote for one of the states that you have already selected. Again, if no state receives a majority of 25 on the first vote, we will drop the lowest state and conduct another roll call. But prior to the vote, I'd like to open the floor for discussion. And as a reminder, and as my co-chair so eloquently stated, if we could keep our remarks brief, then that would make this discussion even more robust. Members, the floor is now open for discussion. And we will start again, including New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina. Donna?
Before you turn on that clock, I just want to remind everyone that I'm Catholic. So unlike the Baptists that know how to start low, go slow, rise higher, strike fire, and shut up, I have issues. Madam Co-Chair, I did not vote on the preliminary states that will receive a waiver to go before the opening contest on March 7, 2028. As a former chair and someone who has spent my life traveling all throughout this country, in fact, living in states like ours, had a apartment on 5th Street, living in New Hampshire, living in Tennessee, living in so many other states, relatives just about everywhere. Just want to let you know how proud I am of all of the states and how important this process has been to our party and our country. Every state receive fair consideration. And I look forward, as I've done over the last 40 years of my life of traveling this fall, to help those candidates across the country get to the finish line so that Democrats can take back the Congress, state houses, and continue to deliver for the American people. So I know we're in the final round of business today in selecting which of the 3 states will go first. And I want to take a moment first to think about the ground we're standing on, because this year that ground is the whole American story. Our country, as you all know, marked our 250th year. And it's worth asking what actually holds a nation like this together. Ben Franklin gave us the first half of the answer on the steps of Independence Hall when he said, when asked what kind of government the founders had built. A republic, he said, if you can keep it. That's not a statement of fact, it's a dare handed down to every generation since, including our generation. I want to bring you to another story, a story that perhaps 50 years ago, and I know there are some members of this committee that might think 50 years was ancient history because you didn't grow up with the Beatles or the Supremes or the Temptations. But 50 years ago this summer, a young woman who perhaps looked like me came to the podium in New York City not to celebrate a political party. She came to renew a covenant, and the lessons that we heard in Barbara Jordan's keynote speech was as relevant yesterday as it is today. She said we must restore trust before you ask votes, ask people to support you. She said we must defend the Constitution without treating it as a partisan piece of property. She reminded us that the Constitution belonged to all of us, and we are its guardians. She also said that we should put citizens ahead of ideology. And remember, democracy is sustained by participation. Showing up matters more than showing off. The work in front of this committee today is to choose a state, a first state for our country. And I just want to remind us again that Barbara Jordan told us that we must not divide ourselves into factions and fear, but to bind ourselves together in a common endeavor. She told us that the people are the source of all governmental power, and that democracy is not a slogan. It is a duty, a discipline, a test of our character. Today, that test is before us again. The United States Supreme Court on April 29th decided that the people of my beloved home state and the people of the South no longer had the right to choose their representatives. What they did in the state where my family had already cast their ballots was to say your voice, your votes don't matter. They told us that we no longer had the freedom to choose our representatives. And it wasn't just in my state. It was in Tennessee. It happened in Alabama. I'm grateful that it did not happen in the beloved state of South Carolina or Georgia, but we know those states are also under threat. The Voting Rights Act cannot be taken for granted. Too many Americans, too many eligible citizens still face barriers to having their voice at the table. So let us be clear, if we believe in the future, a future that Barbara Jordan called us to build, then we must act like a party that trusts the people, and that means that we should begin the 2028 presidential primary season in the South. We must start our process where democracy must still be fought for in the full view of the nation, where our coalitions can be tested, strengthened, and made real. Finally, we're not a party on retreat. We're not a party that is afraid. We're not a party of fear. We're the party that will give every American citizen, every eligible voter, a seat at our table. And again, that starts in the South. Black voters, in my lifetime, I watched my grandparents and my uncles and aunts, many of who fought for their country, including my own dad. I watched as they waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited until they got the right to vote. There's no reason why my nieces and nephews and family should not have that right. We've earned it. So let us not flee from the future. Let us meet this moment together. And let us rise as a country and a nation saying that every vote, everybody matters, because that's who we are. We're Americans. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that, we always expect something very eloquent from Donna, but in this particular instance, since we asked people to do 2 minutes, I added 2 minutes because she has actually been acting chair twice, so you got that from the committee.
And I will pray for you this Sunday.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Raymond.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and members of the committee. Before I begin my remarks, I do want to associate myself with Donna's remarks about Barbara Jordan. As a fat little queer kid at 16, sitting at home in my mother's living room, a mile out on a dirt road with electricity that sometimes didn't work, didn't even have front steps, but Barbara Jordan spoke to me, and she spoke to America. And her words and her legacy is something that we should always strive to honor. So thank you, Donna, for bringing her up. Thank you for your time and consideration you've given New Hampshire's case. New Hampshire's first in the nation primary has served more than just as an opening contest in the calendar. New Hampshire is the place that ensures our candidates have a nominating process that challenges candidates to answer tough questions face to face, meet voters across the entire state, not just simply run television ads or rely on million-dollar war chests while campaigning in one corner of a state. We believe New Hampshire should go first because there is no other state that better meets the 3 criteria this committee first laid out last October for our early states: efficiency, rigorousness, and fairness. If Democrats are serious about winning elections, we have to be serious about building a process that prepares our candidates to compete for everyone, for every vote, anywhere and everywhere. Our candidates need a process where voters are willing to engage, willing to listen, and willing to challenge them to be better candidates, and that place is the Granite State. New Hampshire has consistently demonstrated that we run a calm, clean, and reliable election process where results are known in a timely manner the night of the primary. Granite Staters are resilient, authentic, and deeply committed to the democratic process. It's why time and time again candidates who campaign in New Hampshire have to prove that they can build winning coalitions and face tough face-to-face questions from voters. And of course, there is no place that truly does democracy better than New Hampshire. We show up for town hall meetings, elect a 424-member volunteer legislature, a government up every 2 years, and on and on. But most importantly, in New Hampshire, we vote. New Hampshire provides a unique opportunity for candidates to demonstrate their ability to navigate a competitive grassroots process that reflects the realities of campaigning in America today and win over independent voters. And in New Hampshire, that's 40%. To win over independent voters that are critical to winning a general election, not only in New Hampshire, but across the nation. If we are truly building a nominating calendar that puts our nominee in the strongest position to win the general election, that calendar needs to start in New Hampshire. And I cannot support a proposal that doesn't start in New Hampshire. We recognize that the committee has a difficult decision to make. and we appreciate the responsibility that each of you carry. We hope you leave this process remembering what makes the Granite State so unique, a process that is fair to candidates, rigorous in its demands, and efficient in its execution. We have competitive races up and down the ballot this year, and we are focused on what matters most, winning in 2026 and fighting for working families facing rising costs. Regardless of this committee's decision today, New Hampshire Democrats are committed to winning in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Stewart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk about my guiding principles in trying to approach this process. And I think one of the most important principles for me is certainty. For me, that means that we would not be hoping that a state might be able to change its date. We don't want to gamble with that. We want certainty that we will be able to know what the date is. But it also means something else as well. And that means that we will be able to know the results from the primary on Election Day itself. Iowa's failure to know its results in 2020 on the date of its caucuses, regardless of why it happened, was an embarrassment. And we don't want something like that to happen again. Each of the 3 states has many virtues, many reasons why they should go first. But when I have to choose between Nevada and South Carolina, what concerns me is that votes in Nevada can still be counted 5 days after the primary has been held. We may have many candidates who have declared an interest in perhaps running for president, and small numbers may make a difference in the results. And I think that is something that I don't want to gamble with, because if we are not able to say on election night what the results were, that would be a challenge to our credibility and would not be doing any favors for the candidates. I think Nevada brings many good reasons why its voice should be heard early. And I hope that they are able to deal with this issue in the future. But with the stakes so incredibly high in this election, I feel we need certainty in 2028, and therefore I am going to support South Carolina's bid to be first in the nation.
Thank you, Stu. Debbie?
First, Madam Chair, a couple people have said to me, why is Michigan not there? Because we've included 4 states. So I have expressed to you and some members that we are not asking to be one of the first 3. So would like to say in this open meeting that that was at my request, the governors, the chairs, that we have a date of the 22nd. So that's why 3 states, not 4 states at our specific request. But as we are having this discussion, I think it is very important that we stop using the language first in the nation. What we are doing today is telling the story of who we are as a Democratic Party. And we are picking we have spent a lot of time looking and talking at everybody that has bid. And the first states, those 6 states that we're going to look at, all tell the story of who we are as Democrats. And each one of them is an important piece of that first group. So don't anybody use the language first in the country now. There are going to be 6 states that are first in the country to make sure every single segment of the Democratic Party, and those we need to bring back, are going to be part of this story. So I really want to say that as we're having this discussion. And then lastly, I'm going to as we're sitting here, I just got a note from Hakeem Jeffries, not about this meeting, but about how another member of Congress, Representative Cleo Fields, announced his resignation today because he's been, once again, his district is gone because of what happened at the Supreme Court. We need to send a message that we are not abandoning people that have been part of this party and are being screwed by the Supreme Court. And with great respect for my friend Raymond Buckley, I cannot not talk about Carl Levin today, who really began this whole fight in the 90s. No one state should go first. Have a lock on that. New Hampshire is part of the story of the first state. But we're sending a message to America today that we are not business as usual. Every voice matters. And that voice is from the African American community, the Hispanic community, the Jewish community, the Arab American community, and quite frankly, white men, white women, black, everybody matters. And as we do this, the white men's voices are as important as every other's in the story that we tell. But it is not business as usual, and I yield back.
Thank you. Congresswoman. Thank you. We'll now move to Crystal. Thank you very much for those eloquent remarks.
It's so fancy. It's just Crystal.
Listen, a point of personal privilege. I said, when did she become Crystal?
I never did.
I know. I think they just love Crystal, though.
But I appreciate it. Fine wine. I'm okay with that. I would just want to speak on behalf of South Carolina again, but I really don't want to dilute the former chairwoman's beautiful comments. So I will try to echo them and just kind of echo what she said about the Deep South, about what's happening in the South, and just to remind you all that the South is not the past. It is the future. And if we are serious about changing this country, Democrats have to start winning in the South. And we do that by making an investment. We do that by demonstrating that we're serious about making the investment. And again, I just want to remind everybody about just the flexibility South Carolina offers. If we're able to go at the front of the line, we're able to start whenever this body says they want to start. We just have that freedom and that flexibility that doesn't hold this committee or hold the DNC hostage. And I think we need that freedom with everything that we're trying to do, and including 6 states. So I just want to put that out as a reminder that South Carolina has the flexibility to be at the front of the line. South Carolina has 2 weeks of early voting. We typically make our election day on Saturday so that more people have an opportunity to vote. We have never had an issue with our primary. We deliver results on election day. So when our election day is over, candidates can confidently move on to the next state knowing where they stood in South Carolina. And I think that's a huge part of the efficiency part of the process and the pillars that this committee laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. I'm going to have to do, I do Tom David, so, he won't be alone now. Melissa?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, members of this committee. I think we have not a problem, but we have no wrong choice to make in this decision today. So I wholeheartedly believe that. Melissa Lopez-Franson from the state of Minnesota. The bottom line is we can't afford for anyone to have an excuse or to lose any constituency, for anyone to sit this one out. And that is why I think any of the choices are good choices for this committee and for this party. The preference for myself right now is, at the outset, is Nevada. As a proud Latina woman and a first person of color to be a leader of a Senate caucus or any caucus in the state of Minnesota, I was at the crossroads a few years back when I got redistricted against a colleague who happened to be Jewish and represented a Jewish district. And I had to choose between my political career or that of my caucus. And I had to do that in a matter of days. And I chose my team. I chose my caucus and worked to get them to victory, and we ended up with a trifecta. I chose not to run. And here we are having to choose potentially against each other, and we're not. We are choosing all of us, and that is what I say, there is no wrong choice. And I believe at this time, sometimes leadership is about the team and not about thyself. I think President Biden understood this. And I ask this committee to consider bringing all of us and all of our voices and giving a chance to having all of our communities be represented. Not because you're giving something up, but because we are gaining more as a team. So those are just comments that we're going to win regardless, and we need to make sure that this discussion is about all of us. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss this.
Thank you, Melissa. David?
Thank you, David McDonald, Washington. There is no perfect choice for this, and I'm not going to elaborate too much on the reasons, but it just seems to me that the place to start is in the West. The place to start is in Nevada, which offers, in this context, the best combination of diversity, certainty, and opportunity. And maybe just to capsulize it, in terms of the narrative that we try to set up, I think there is a certain metaphorical soundness to starting this cycle in the West and moving towards the sunrise in a new day. It is time to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Artie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Artie Blanco. Nevada should be the first state to open because we passed the entire criteria set by this committee of a state that can actually test our candidates and find the best candidate to win the coalition for a general election. The coalition that represents everyone within the Democratic Party. Latino, Black, Asian, Pacific Islanders, Native American, and white working class Americans, all working class Americans. We are the battleground state. I will remind that in 2016, Nevada was the only battleground state that won because we win elections because we leave no voter untouched, unspoken to. We build the coalition of all votes, of all voters, working class. We have the hard conversations as well. And yes, we add our laws are designed, our election laws are designed to make it possible for all working people to have access to the ballot. We have 1 week of early voting for this presidential primary. We have automatic mail ballot. In fact, of all the states, I believe we have the most accessible to the ballot. That is part of what our democratic values are, is that people should have a right to vote and have access to those elections. And we should not be penalized as a state for making it easier for working people to vote, shift workers to vote. And in hearing this, our Secretary of State, Cisco Aguilar, specifically discussed during our presentation that we have made changes to our laws to allow for mail ballots to be counted early, prior to Election Day. Why? So that we can have the answer on election night. See, Nevada hears the critiques, takes the consultations, the recommendations, and we change. We adjust. And we adjust just as our Senator Harry Reid had adjusted throughout his political career. We adjusted from a caucus to a state-run primary that actually gave more Democrats access to voice their opinion of a presidential nominee. So, we do remain confident that Nevada offers our 2028 nominee the strongest path to victory. And starting in the West with a battleground state really kicks off the story and allowing lots of time for the East Coast, the other side of the country, to be able to have their time as well. So we're incredibly proud of the coalition that we have built. And I'm proud of the time that I have spent on this committee and doing this work and advocating for my state as a first-generation Mexican-American girl from the hood that never thought she would be in a room like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Artie. Yvette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yvette Lewis, Maryland. I want to just read one or two lines to you. A perception of the Democratic Party. We frequently assume steady turnout of our core supporters rather than fiercely protecting and bolstering them. Hear what I said. We assume that our core supporters are going to show up. We don't protect them, and we don't bolster them. I can't think of a better place to protect and bolster our core supporters than in South Carolina. I think that our core supporters have demonstrated across the country that they are with us. We don't always show that we are with them. This sends a message that we truly are with them. But the beauty of doing this in this cycle is because there are so many disaffected and disappointed voters on the other side, they may be more willing to listen to us and give us a chance this time. So we can expand our base in South Carolina beyond our core supporters, getting them to see that what we are selling is really, really worth buying. Because what they have been buying at this point has brought them lettuce that makes you sick, has brought them vaccines that have been taken away from our children, has brought them housing costs that are out of control, has brought them high gasoline prices, has brought them high beef prices, has brought them contaminated eggs and now cilantro, from what I understand. So all I'm saying to you is we can use this opportunity while lifting up and bolstering those supporters that show us every time and time again, that they will show up for us, we show up for them, and then we expand by saying to those that have never given us a chance, a look, or a listen to, let's try us for a change. Try the other side and try the Democratic Party. Let's go to South Carolina.
Thank you, Yvette. Shad?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Shad Mirab, Colorado. I do want to, as someone from the West, talk about how important it is that we look west. And I think in my previous remarks, I talked about there is no path to the White House. There are a few paths to the White House that don't include Nevada. But I do want to take a moment to say something about Colorado that I also see in New Hampshire, which is in Colorado, we have a hybrid ballot access system that makes sure that well-resourced candidates and grassroots candidates all have a level playing field and can compete. That means we have robust and difficult primaries. It means that our candidates have to have hard discussions, and if you don't go into somebody's living room, if you don't go to the high school for caucus or assembly, or if you don't show up to a party meeting, it is very hard to be taken seriously as you continue through our nomination process. It is often a fight for the grassroots that helps us then have the conversation with the independent voters that matter so much to winning these elections in November. And as strange as it sounds, I do see a kinship of Colorado and New Hampshire in that way. The ballot access laws do allow candidates an ease of access to go into those living rooms, to go into diners, to engage in the retail politics that ensure our candidate in November can have those important one-on-one conversations with voters, with families in pain, and know that they're going to be able to walk into a room and negotiate and get things done for the American people. And I think that's something that New Hampshire has proven time and time again is an important quality for our candidates. One thing that I also want to say on behalf of New Hampshire is its affordability compared to the other states in terms of competing. Plane tickets are a little bit cheaper. Getting around the state, it's smaller, which means less gas money. Their supporters and Democrats in that state are well accustomed to supporter housing and making sure young staff have a free place to stay. That means candidates are not spending a lot of money on flights that may not have direct connections in this calendar. That means that young campaign staff who are scraping by, as Stephanie and I know, don't have to worry about paying rent because someone's bringing them into their home. And so what I do just want to say as we consider what we're going to do here is that we'd be remiss as a committee and as a party to not think about what New Hampshire offers. Where I know there's concerns about diversity, it does offer more candidates the ability to compete. That includes candidates of color. That includes candidates we don't even know about yet. And to be able to have that robust and big conversation in a place like New Hampshire, in a small environment that people can afford, is an attractive option that I don't think we should dismiss.
Thank you. Maria?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As members of the Rules and Bylaws Committee, we carry a responsibility that goes far beyond the simple sequencing of states. We're shaping the proving ground for the next Democratic nominee. And as such, we have to make sure that the calendar is one that will enable that nominee to come out of this the strongest, that is able to energize our base, expand our voters, increase the appeal, the Democratic appeal to the broader electorate, and speak with impact to new voters who are desperate for fierce fighters. I am completely confident that whatever calendar we decide on today will do that. But in my opinion, I believe that the strongest way the calendar will represent that is by starting in Nevada. We have voters across the board, not just Latino voters, but voters across the board who are disaffected, disappointed with the Democratic Party because they do not see us as fighters. They do not see us as willing to buck the system. They do not see us as a party that is willing to go against the status quo, to speak to voters who have felt left behind and who have felt that the status quo has not worked for them. So to me, there is no better way to show them that we are willing to try something new, to put first a state that represents all of our coalition, that represents not just the whole party, but the whole country, that uplifts every single voting bloc, and that specifically tells Latino voters, we see you, we support you, and we understand what you need for you and your families. That's the case for all our voters. But we've known that Latino voters for a while now, while they are sick and tired of the chaos, the corruption, especially the cruelty, when you see little Latino children, immigrant children, children of color being ripped from their families, being put in jails, ripping families apart in unmarked vans with thugs with masks on their faces. I'm from Colombia. We recently had a Colombian immigrant who was here legally shot on the streets of this country. Our communities are scared to death And so we need to show them that we can be bold and we can be fierce and we can represent the new frontier of politics, a new dawn for them that will make sure that the American dream is not dead, but that is thriving. And for me, there's no better way to state that unequivocally than to choose a state that understands the frontier in general. And for me, that is Nevada.
Thank you, Maria. Wendy?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Wendy Davis from Georgia. I want to associate myself with a lot of remarks in this room. Our Chairwoman Emeritus talked about a warning to us from respected voices, warning us against factions and fear. We've talked about a great dinner and a big table, and I have good news. We're not expanding this table by adding janky little pop-up tables that look like a kid's table. We have an elegant banquet table that we're adding leaves to. This is the first 6. As the Congresswoman said, it's not about who's number 1. This is the first 6. This is a window into our country that we have all discussed, how all these states together represent our entire country. There aren't wrong choices in this room. We have all, everybody who applied has proven worthy of this opportunity to test our candidates. And what I want to remind us of, people want a fighter, and we need fighters. But as my colleague across the way said, we don't need to be fighting each other, we need to be fighting the GOP. So we're all together today picking the first 6 in what's going to be a fabulous path to victory in 2028.
Thank you, Wendy. Jason?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, listening and talking to fellow members of this committee as we've gone through this, and looking at, the 3 pillars we put forward of rigor, efficiency, and fairness. And I, seconding Wendy, and I could not agree more than with Congresswoman Dingell on dropping this idea of the first in the nation, because it should be about the firsts in the nation, a set of states that really help us test and vet our candidates and prepare us to win the White House. For years, it was always Iowa and New Hampshire. It wasn't one or the other, but it was both in this. And as I look through this, I believe that South Carolina is a state that best matches the pillars. So I'll be voting for South Carolina, but then a calendar that very quickly has Nevada there right after it, because I think those 2 states together help represent the story of America. But I also think South Carolina gives us the greatest flexibility as we set a really diverse calendar. I was strongly in favor of, and have been talking to many of you around, the 6 states. And I think putting South Carolina first, because of their flexibility in their date, allows us that opportunity to really build that calendar that will help us test and vet our candidates the best. So South Carolina is ready. They've done it before. And I'm ready to vote for them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Andre T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andre Triber from Texas. As I mentioned in yesterday's morning meeting, I serve as chair of the DNC's Youth Council, and I was elected here by them as well to make sure young folks were at the table. So I want to first say thank you very much, Chair Martin, for democratizing this committee, both with the direct elections and with your own appointments yourself, appointing my good friend and our Youth Council Vice Chair, Steph, as well to this committee. I'll note that I voted for all 4 of the states in this window, and I stand by those votes, but it is also worth noting that all 4 of these states also are above the median age in America, which is at 38.2. Nevada's at 38.5, South Carolina's 40.1, Michigan's right behind them, rounding up to 40.1, New Hampshire's at 43.1. Ultimately, almost every state that applied is above the median age, so that's just what we were working with. So in light of that, I want to truly, sincerely thank every chair or state surrogate that I met with that took the time to talk about issues facing young folks, both in your state or nationally. Ensuring that we're part of the conversation is genuinely meaningful for me. And I have truly a greater respect for all of you now, having gone through this process with all of y'all. Sincerely, thank you. Personally, I am voting for Nevada for reasons previously stated regarding elevating a narrow battleground state and one that is so diverse that everyone's able to look at that state and see that they're represented in the conversation as well. But especially with our expansion to 6, I feel very confident that we're going to adopt a calendar that is rigorous, diverse, and competitive, resulting in the strongest possible nominee for 2028. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Alicia?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. I speak today as a first-time committee member and as someone who was incredibly frustrated after the 2024 election, as I'm sure everyone around the table was. One of the biggest frustrations was that after the election, a lot of the analysis, particularly the hot takes, were blaming the constituency groups that we did not reach out to, that we did not give a lot of attention to. But in the end, we blamed certain groups for why we did not win. And so for the last year and a half, I've been reflecting on how can I change it. And so I'm grateful to be on this committee and grateful to be a part of this conversation. So when I speak for South Carolina, it's because of certainty and flexibility. They have the flexibility to move their calendar and be where we need them to be. And they have the certainty, and we will know the results timely. And I think that for the presidential candidates, they need that certainty. Now, I speak for South Carolina, not against the other states, because I think that there are no bad choices here. But I think I would be remiss if I did not speak to the fact that when we talk about the coalition, we talk about it in blame terms, not in what we need to do to ensure that we're bringing our coalition to the table. In the past, because as we sit here, I feel like folks have a grasp on the need to talk to our coalition, and I believe that we will, in choosing these 6 states, have a great story to tell the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Carol?
First, I want to thank Alicia. I'm Carol Fowler from South Carolina. I want to thank Alicia for pointing out that whole blame game thing that all of us in politics tend to do. It can't have been my fault we lost. It must be somebody else's. And as Democrats, it's usually some other group that didn't bother to vote. But you're right. If somebody doesn't vote, it's because we didn't knock on their door and give them a ride to the polls. So thank you for rubbing that into all of us, Alicia. And, you know, members of this committee have outlined all kinds of good political and emotional reasons to vote one way or the other. But I want to reiterate a little bit some of the practical reasons that some of you, starting with Stuart, have laid out. Whether a state can get this done. Can a state carry out the mechanics of moving to the date we set and carrying out the election in a way that our candidates expect us to do? We can do both. The South Carolina Democratic Party can set any date we want without any legislative action and without having to depend on some Secretary of State who might or might not like us. The other practical piece we can carry out for the good of our candidates is election reporting. Now, people have talked about this before, but we haven't said why it is that election reporting is so important. Candidates, particularly candidates in early states, want to get those vote totals, spin those vote totals to their own advantage, and take some momentum to the next state. And as a previous early state, I can tell you that sometime by mid-afternoon on election day, they are out. They're going to the next state, and they're on their cell phones trying to find out what happened in the first state. So that's exactly what they get from South Carolina. We'll give them those results by about 10 o'clock in the evening, election night, Eastern time. Our votes, whether they're early votes, we have 2 weeks of early voting. Mail-in votes or election day votes will all be counted by then. Those candidates are going to move on, either election afternoon or election night, but they're going to leave behind some important things in South Carolina. They will leave us some newly inspired Democratic voters. They'll leave hundreds of activists who have been trained by one campaign or another to do actual campaign work and elect our candidates at general election day. And they'll leave college students, particularly in our 7 HBCUs, who have real solid campaign work experience on their resumes now, and who will elect candidates in South Carolina and other places from now on. Those college students, the best of them, move on to the next state with the candidates. They stay with those campaigns, and sometimes they never come back to South Carolina. You other states hire them, but that is such a benefit to Democrats and Democratic campaigns just in perpetuity, these presidential campaigns. South Carolina has demonstrated over and over again that we can be an early state. We'll also make you proud as the very first state when this process starts. I'm sorry I said, Congresswoman Dingell, I'm sorry I said first state. As the lead-off state in our process. Thank you.
Carol. Jane?
Thank you. And I wanted to do something a little bit different. Instead of only talking about, who I'm going to vote for the leadoff, wanted to paint more of a picture. When we first started these meetings, Bishop Daughtry talked about how it was our charge to tell a story with the collection of states that we choose. So hopefully I've done that, and I think I'm in under 2 minutes. I've spent the last 20 years organizing across this country's most overlooked places: rural communities, tribal nations, union halls, family farms and ranches. Because I know something in my heart and in my bones, that you don't build a winning coalition by talking about people. You build it by putting people first. And that's what this proposed calendar that I'm going to talk about does. We start in South Carolina, because Black voters didn't just show up for this party in 2020, they saved us. They saved our entire country from Donald Trump. They didn't just do it in 2020, they've done it over and over and over again. Our party must acknowledge this now with actions. Their stories and the story of their state's people's collective histories will start our primary, including the many dirt roads, yes, Jamie Harrison, that we expect our candidates to travel across their state. Then we go to the great state of Nevada, because Latino, AAPI families, and union workers in that state are fighting literally for their lives, fair wages, for dignity, and for a seat at the table. They will test and shape our candidates like never before. And that energy will emerge, and hopefully they will actually walk a day in the shoes of our workers like unions have had them do before in these contests. We might not be starting this contest in New Hampshire, but hopefully we will be heading there next. Because retail politics, looking a voter in the eye, in their kitchen, and at their doorstep is not a relic. It is a discipline that every candidate needs, no matter how much money is in their bank account. These first 3 states prioritize authenticity and a candidate's ability to connect with our voters. Then we're off to Michigan, because we cannot build this party's future without the Midwest, especially the industrial towns at a table from day one, not as an afterthought, not as a picture of a factory and an ad. This state will test our candidates on everything from water to international policy And we are ready as a party to have those difficult conversations. And then off to New Mexico. Maybe the most unlikely state to enter the calendar, but the most enchanted. And the one that reflects the unlikely alliance of a winning coalition in our party. Native Americans, Latino, white, Black, working class voters. A state with one of the largest disability communities. A state that has figured out, I think the only state, on how to grow and manage energy without polluting the land and water. And that is using those resources to provide college and trades for young people, whose border is not a line on a map, but it is a line of generations of families who have built this nation in a state that will soon be electing the first Native American woman as a governor. And finally, before Super Tuesday, going to, yes, an expensive state, but a critical state, Virginia. They have lots of suburbs where the majorities are made or lost in many presidential elections. This will test our coalition and hope that it holds in November, not just with some new slogan about soccer moms. Virginia is the South. It is a swing state, and they have issues that our party must lead on, not just put in the back pocket, from data centers to education to healthcare. Our candidates will be better prepared after leaving the state and headed into Super Tuesday. So these are 6 states, 4 regions, 1 coalition made up of very unlikely alliance, rural and urban, suburban, red, purple, and blue, loyal Democrats, independents, and Republicans that we can win back. This order doesn't just lead into Super Tuesday, it earns Super Tuesday, because every voter who built this party gets to go first, not last. I'm voting yes on this calendar, and I hope that you'll join me.
Well, Jane, thank you for that presentation, but I'd like to remind the committee that that's not the motion before us, but we will get back to that. Thank you so much, though. April?
I'm going to be brief because I want to say something later and don't want to take up too much time. But I just, I think and I talk a lot about the future because I think we are in a moment in our country where I believe many of us agree it's a moment to shift, to adjust, to be bold, to be ambitious, to not just settle for what has been, but to have the radical imagination to create something new and different. But I have learned you can't think about the future without clearly knowing and understanding our past. I think about the African teachings of Sankofa. And over the last year and a half, I've thought a lot about the beginnings of my ancestors in this country, about the stealing of Black bodies, the slaughter of Native bodies and nations, the economic exploitation that still permeates our society today, built on the fallacies of anti-Blackness and white supremacy that I believe exist in the government that is presiding over this country, the corporate powers, the wealthy elite that support this administration and all that it's doing. When I think about the Calais decision and how damn disrespectful and disgusting that it is to people like all of us, I'm going to say it's disgusting to all of us. When I think about the cruelty, the inhumanity of what's happening in our immigrant communities, for me, it all leads back to the original sins of this country. The stealing of Native lands and the slaughtering and the genocide of those people and the enslavement of mine. And so, yes, When I speak later, I'm going to talk about the future, but right now, I cannot help but to think about the past. And if we don't acknowledge the pain, the suffering, the indignity that still endures today in the Black Belt, and I'm going to call it what it is, the Black Belt of this country, if we don't acknowledge it, talk about it, solve for it, the future that I want to create with all of you all will never, ever happen. And so I hope that we make the choice together to make South Carolina among the first states, but it should be the first on the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, April. Danielle?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Danielle Monroe Moreno, Chair of Nevada. Wow, there's been a lot of comments and some powerful statements that have been made today. When I ran to be the chair of the Nevada State Democratic Party, I named the slate of candidates that ran with me the Unity Slate. And I did that because I was serving in the state legislature, my plate was full, but I saw that my party within my state was fractured. And someone, and I was one of the people complaining, had to do something to bring us back together. So we called it the Unity Slate, and I think we've worked really, really hard to do that in the state of Nevada. But as I look across the country that we live in, and the Democratic Party nationally, we are still broken in so many areas. We need to be united as a party. We need to come back together as a party. And to do that, we need to make sure that everyone knows that we say we're the big tent and we have a table that everyone's welcomed at, but not everyone feels welcome. Not everyone feels that they're a part of our party. I'm hoping the decision that we make today as what this calendar will look like will be inclusive of all of the communities that we have lost. The nonpartisan voter registration is the largest voter registration block in America now. Why? Because people are mad at both sides of the aisle. What are we doing to make everyone feel that they're welcome and that they're a part of? And as we look at the calendar and how we lay out that calendar, and we look at the states that we have decided are going to be opening that calendar as we go into the next presidential cycle, my state, the state of Nevada, is that coalition that we need to win back. We have the Black community. I'm the first Black woman to chair this party in our state. We have a large Latino community, but I have a large African immigrant community, a large AAPI community, and a Native voting community. LGBTQ, all of that. But those nonpartisan voters are people that are looking to us, and I'm just going to say it, to have some balls, to step up and be there for them, right? As we make this decision today, that's what we need to lead with. And someone had talked about knowing the outcomes of an election on election night. I said I'm an elected official, and my name's on the ballot and will be on the ballot. But I have a Secretary of State and I have an Attorney General who have been doing the work to make sure that at least 90% of those ballots that are cast on election day and in that early voting window will know that night. 90 to 98%. When you've asked Nevada to step up and you said that there's a problem, we find a solution to that problem. Our fight every day as a Democratic Party should not be against each other. That is not our fight. We are the Democratic family. We are Black, we are brown, and we are everything in between. And we can't forget our working class men and women, and most of those are white men and women that we have left behind. We have to bring them back into this family. Our fight is not against ourselves. The fight should be against the GOP, who is coming after all of us. And the attacks against the Black community, it hurts the South more because there's more Blacks in the South, but it hurts the blacks throughout this country because we're everywhere. When I watch on TV and I see that our immigrant families are being attacked, y'all, that's my family. I'm the mother of children who are black, they're Native American, and they're Hispanic. My ex-mother-in-law is carrying her birth certificate because she is afraid that she might get pulled over. My grandchildren are also AAPI, and my grandson wonders when they're coming for him because he doesn't look like them. The only people that are going to protect our children of today, our future generations, is us. And the decisions we make here today starts that. There's a lot riding on the decisions we make here today, and we have to bring this family back together. I personally believe, and yes, I'm biased, that coalition that our presidential candidate will need to build to win the White House back in 2028 starts in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Coleman?
Thank you, Madam. Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the first person in my immediate family, my mother, my father, my sister, and I, to be born in this country with the unfettered right to vote. And I'm 44 years old. My father was born in Birmingham, my mother in San Antonio. And I think about that often because, like my colleague, my fellow chair, so many of us as chairs of color, especially black chairs, are the first chairs of color and black chairs in the states that we are chairs in. There's a whole other conversation about why it took so long. We can have that later in this party. But I think about that in terms of this conversation and my support for South Carolina, because my parents and grandparents, and I often tell the story back home that, you know, when my mother told me that my grandmother had a record, I actually grew up thinking that my grandmother was part of the Supremes. And it wasn't until I was about 17 that I realized, no, she had gone to jail for trying to register to vote. I'm much more proud that she went to jail for trying to register to vote than she was a Supreme. But the reality is that for everything that my parents and grandparents sacrificed so that their son and grandson could become the first black chair of a major political party in the history of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we are now, because of Calais, right back where they left off. My 4 children are in a position where they have less voting rights than their father was born with. And so when I look at the narrative of this calendar, I am reminded of that Southern strategy of how we lost the South in the first place. How we lost the South in the first place was in an attempt to make the Union more perfect. And how dare that have been a reality by extending voting rights and dignity to black folk who aren't asking for much of anything other than to be made more a part of this union. That then costs Democrats the South. The new narrative that is being written because of the work of state parties in the South, just as state parties across this country are writing new narratives in their respective regions and in states, is that in our states, we are seeing, as Madam Chair Spain said, unprecedented voter registration, unprecedented candidate recruitment, and there's a new story that's being told. But for me, this Calais decision, as Chair Brazil said, is so incredibly important and so incredibly telling on how we must meet this moment, that for both the two men for which I am named who died believing that this country did not love them, for this region that I love and that is writing a new chapter. I am supporting South Carolina, but I will also say this, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I will agree with what everyone else has said. This idea that we are pitted against each other is simply not true. And we know that to be true, but you know, as we often would say, we're going to say that for the people in the back. We are a united party because we understand that the battle is against the so-called president and the so-called party that is every day waking up trying to figure out new ways to screw the American people. And that is what we are working every day, and on this committee especially, to rise up against. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Coleman. I see that there's no further discussion around this particular decision, but I do want to thank all the folks that spoke up, whether they spoke up for a state or a principal. I think it was very important to have your voice on record as we go into the vote. So, members, we need all voices at this table to make sure you are reflected in this decision. I believe that it's imperative that we reach a majority of the body to make this decision, and I believe all the work that you have done over these last several months has come to this particular point. As a reminder, 3 states are vying for the position of first in the nominating process. Those include New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina. Members will be able to vote for one state. I will now ask our parliamentarian, Helen, to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not our usual procedure, so I'm going to remind you, I'm going to call your name, and I'm going to call the name of the member. So if you hold the member's proxy, please vote it at that time, which will make it, if it's a directed proxy, will make it opportune to do what the member said. And if I skip anybody, turn your table tent up to call my attention to it, please. Okay, so are the members ready to vote? Okay. Mr. Alex.
Nevada.
Mr. Alex is voting for Nevada. Ms. Andrews.
South Carolina.
Ms. Andrews is voting for South Carolina. Mr. Applebaum.
South Carolina.
Mr. Applebaum is voting for South Carolina. Ms. Blanco.
Nevada.
Ms. Blanco is voting for Nevada. Ms. Brazil.
South Carolina.
Ms. Brazil is voting for South Carolina. Ms. Brown.
South Carolina.
Ms. Brown is voting for South Carolina. Mr. Buckley.
New Hampshire.
Mr. Buckley is voting for New Hampshire. Ms. Campagna-Wheaton.
South Carolina.
Ms. Campagna-Wheaton is voting for South Carolina. Ms. Cardona.
Nevada.
Ms. Cardona is voting for Nevada. Mr. Carnahan.
Nevada.
Mr. Carnahan is voting for Nevada. Ms. Conrad.
Nevada.
Ms. Conrad is voting for Nevada. Ms. Daughtry.
South Carolina.
Ms. Daughtry is voting for South Carolina. Mr. Davila-Parnes.
Nevada.
Mr. Davila-Parnes votes Nevada. Ms. Davis.
South Carolina.
Ms. Davis votes for South Carolina. Mr. Devermont.
Nevada.
Mr. Devermont votes for Nevada. Ms. Dingle.
South Carolina.
Ms. Dingle votes South Carolina. Ms. Dowdell.
New Hampshire.
Ms. Dowdell votes New Hampshire. Ms. Dugarala.
Nevada.
Ms. Dugarala votes Nevada. Mr. Elridge.
South Carolina.
Mr. Eldridge votes South Carolina. Ms. Fowler?
South Carolina.
Ms. Fowler votes South Carolina. Ms. Free?
South Carolina.
Ms. Free votes South Carolina. Mr. Goodman?
South Carolina.
Mr. Goodman votes South Carolina. Ms. Hernandez?
Nevada.
Ms. Hernandez votes Nevada. Mr. Hicks?
Nevada.
Mr. Hicks votes Nevada. Mr. Wynn?
Nevada.
Mr. Wynn votes Nevada. Ms. Kmark?
South Carolina.
Ms. Kmark votes South Carolina. Mr. Cap?
Nevada.
Mr. Cap votes Nevada. Mr. Kerrigan?
New Hampshire.
Mr. Kerrigan votes New Hampshire. Ms. Klebb?
South Carolina.
Ms. Klebb votes South Carolina. Mr. Leone?
South Carolina.
Mr. Leone votes South Carolina. Ms. Lewis?
South Carolina.
Ms. Lewis votes South Carolina. Ms. Lopez-Franson?
Nevada.
Ms. Lopez-Franson votes Nevada. Mr. McDonald?
Nevada.
Mr. McDonald votes Nevada. Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Nevada.
Ms. Monroe, excuse me, ma'am. Monroe Moreno votes Nevada. Mr. Munoz? Mr. Munoz votes Nevada. Mr. Burab?
New Hampshire.
Mr. Murab votes New Hampshire. Mr. Ray?
South Carolina.
Mr. Ray votes South Carolina. Mr. Seltzer?
South Carolina.
Mr. Seltzer votes South Carolina. Mr. Shea?
Nevada.
Mr. Shea votes Nevada. Ms. Spain?
South Carolina.
Ms. Spain votes South Carolina. Mr. Spate?
South Carolina.
Mr. Spate votes South Carolina. Ms. Schwecker?
South Carolina.
Ms. Schwecker votes South Carolina. Mr. Thompson?
South Carolina.
Mr. Thompson votes South Carolina. Mr. Triber?
Nevada.
Mr. Triber votes Nevada. Mr. Unamoto?
Nevada.
Mr. Unamoto votes Nevada. Ms. Verrett?
South Carolina.
Ms. Verrett votes South Carolina. Mr. Washington?
South Carolina.
Mr. Washington votes South Carolina. Do the chairs wish to vote?
I have been instructed by my co-chair that he wants to vote for South Carolina, and I will be in alignment with that.
So Mr. Roosevelt votes South Carolina. Ms. Moore votes South Carolina. Now, unless you've got it, Tally, I need to.
If you could give us a minute, we will hold to get the count, because it seems very competitive.
Madam Chair, let me give you the teller's report and for you to announce the outcome. 49 members voted, so 100% of you voted. For Nevada, there were 19 votes. For New Hampshire, there were 4 votes. For South Carolina, there were 26 votes.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you to the committee. As we stated earlier, the majority vote count was to be 25, and it appears that South Carolina has 26. So they will emerge as the first contest in a body of work that will have a plethora of good contests for these candidates to really vie for. So I thank you very much, and I'd like to give all of you a great round of applause, because I know how hard this has been. So as we stated earlier, and as Michael Capp has, oh, well, I know a lot of people have flights, so we have we have lunch over there. We can continue to work through it, and you can get your box lunches over there, and then I'll give you 15 minutes to go ahead and do that. Maybe take a break right quick, and then pick your lunch. Okay. Members, can you have a seat? At this point, we now have the ability to refrain from extending additional waivers or to extend a fifth or sixth waiver if the committee so chooses. At this time, are there any motions to extend waivers, refrain? Oh, I see Cap has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have selected a state to be first in the nation, I would move that we issue 2 additional waivers to states to hold their contest in the early window.
Is there a second? Discussion? Cap, they would like for you to repeat your motion, please.
Sure. I move that we issue 2 additional waivers to states to hold their contest in the early window.
Is there a second? Jason, second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, Kaylin had her 10 up for discussion.
I was just putting my 10 up for the next discussion. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, we'll go back. There's no discussion, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, so we just added 2 additional states. So our next order of business will be the consideration of a 5th state, of course, to receive a Rule 12 waiver. As a reminder, our committee has already selected New Hampshire, Michigan, South Carolina, and Nevada. Staff, will you please remind members of the committee of the remaining states for consideration?
Yes, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The remaining states for consideration are Delaware, Illinois, Iowa, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and New Mexico.
Thank you. Susan?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Susan Swecker from Virginia. I would like to, on behalf for Virginia, to put our name in the mix to be the 5th state. I do believe that I have gone back, you all got your presentation, you have heard our presentation, read stuff, so I'm not going to cite any data, facts, figures, and all that, because you're all incredibly smart, engaged Democrats and have followed this very process. But I did want to make a couple of points. I do think we very handily meet the 3 goals of efficiency, fairness, and rigorness. We have a very engaged electorate in Virginia. We have elections every year, and our voters are really tied to what's going on here in the District of Columbia and the impact that it has not just to Northern Virginia, but all over our Commonwealth. So we are in tune and rigorous. Our infrastructure is in place to have fair and accessible elections. Even in that year, that 4 dark years that I had a Republican governor, we did not have any controversy over being able to conduct free, fair, and accessible elections, so we are efficient. And we have instituted really great voting reforms to make voting much more easier and available in the spirit of fairness. So with that, I wholeheartedly ask that you would consider us to be one of the additional states, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second for her motion? Second. Is there any discussion around? Andre?
Sorry, that was to make a separate motion, not part of the Virginia discussion.
Okay. Wendy?
I wanted to lift up Georgia as one of the remaining states, but it's not clear to me right now. Do we have a motion that they're going to be a state and we should be discussing that motion, and then we're just voting on that alone?
I thought I moved to move Virginia forward, but
Yes.
whatever you
And should we vote on them we can vote on it now. Well, we were trying to have a discussion around Virginia, and if you want to introduce Georgia after the Virginia discussion, that would be as the fifth state.
A clarification, I thought we were voting around, Donna, I thought we were voting around the fifth state, not.
That's correct.
And among those who are able is the 8 states or however many states you just put forward, right,
Yeah.
Will?
Right.
So Virginia, along with Georgia, any state can say, I want to be the 5th state, right?
Right.
All right, so Susan has put forward Virginia, Wendy's put forward Georgia. So any other states? The 5th state? Okay, go ahead.
Kaylin?
Kaylin Free, Oklahoma, I want to put forward New Mexico as the 5th state.
Okay.
And is it appropriate now for me to justify why I want that, or just to put it forward?
You can certainly
Okay, I'll make
speak
my
on behalf.
remarks brief. The Latino vote in New Mexico is 20% higher than the Latino vote in Nevada at 49%. The Native American vote is 11%, plus 11%. There are issues that New Mexico only can speak to, that the presidential candidates can only speak to in New Mexico, or can best speak to in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Those are border issues and energy, like President Klebb has said earlier. The Colorado chair, thank you so much, talked about this is the only place that presidential candidates will be forced to and invited to speak to tribal leaders and to tribal tribal citizens there. Also, as the esteemed former chair from South Carolina stated, she says her state picks presidents. Indian country helps elect presidents. And the Indian vote is very, very powerful across America. It is critically important that Native American tribes are heard in this process. That is why I'm putting New Mexico in play for the fifth state consideration. Thank you.
Derek?
I was going to speak in favor of New Mexico, but is now not the time for that? Because we're just making motions, or?
We're in discussion, so.
Okay, so I would propose New Mexico, preferably for the fifth state. As chair of the Disability Caucus, I've spoken before on this. New Mexico is one of the largest disabled communities in the nation, both proportionally and in raw numbers. They are in Albuquerque, thank you. They are in Albuquerque, they are in Los Alamos, they are in the outskirts of Santa Fe, and they dot the desert. The thing that, when you talk to the disabled community and those with disabilities, the thing they feel is that they are not recognized. They are not sought, they are overlooked. And then they feel that way because it's true. Going to a state where many of them reside would put a spotlight on them, allow them to be heard. There are millions of people with disabilities in the United States, and they can be the difference between winning and losing, because I think we know which party advocates for them. If we acknowledge them by putting a spotlight on them in New Mexico, they will come out for us. We need to win New Mexico. That, and the New Mexico Party is activating a disability caucus that is streamlined to activating those disabled voters. My son lived in New Mexico. His brother visited him. His brother, my other son, was confounded with disabilities. And when he visited New Mexico, he said a few things. A, he said the air helped his headaches, that in the state of Washington as well. I don't know why, but he did. But he also said there he didn't feel judged. And I didn't, at the time, know exactly what it meant. I think now I know better. But that means a lot to me, and it's a debt that I'm not sure I can ever pay New Mexico, but it's a debt that New Mexico can make right for the nation by highlighting this populace. Additionally, it is a center for indigenous people, and it is the center of one of the biggest issues we have in our nation, being that it's on the border. And this is where our populaces are being victimized. I beg of you to give New Mexico the spotlight. That's it, enthusiastically so.
Frank? Okay, okay.
Frank Leone, D.C. If it's in order, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt New Mexico and Virginia as the fifth and sixth states, not in any particular order. But I think that makes a good pairing of a southwest state and a southern state. And as we brought Nevada and South Carolina into the process years ago as a pair, I think Virginia and New Mexico make a good pair. And one reason why they make a good pair is that they both have trifectas. Having a state-run primary requires statute and governor approval. Both of these states, that can happen. 4 years ago, we made the offered a waiver to Georgia, and that made a lot of sense. Georgia makes a lot of sense as a state to participate in the early process as well. But they weren't able to get their Secretary of State to move the date, and so we gave them an extension, and they still weren't, and then we gave them another extension, and then finally gave up. And I know that Georgia's looking forward to a successful election this fall, and has my complete support in that, but they can't guarantee, they can't provide the certainty right now that New Mexico and Virginia can. Certainly, if they elect a Secretary of State, that puts them on the front burner for 2032. But for this year, we've decided that we want to have a roadmap and we want to have it squared now and not wait. And so that's why I think New Mexico and Virginia make a good pair. I don't know if that motion would be in order, but.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so I'm going to ask the parliamentarian to speak to this.
What I understand Mr. Leone to be moving is that he wishes to substitute the motion that you decide 5 and 6 with New Mexico and Virginia, okay? And it was seconded by Mr. Spates. The pending motion before your amendment, Mr. Leone, is to determine the 5th state. So in essence, you are making a substitute motion that is slightly larger, but is germane to the question of the 5th state. So because it's an amendment, you would vote first on Mr. Leone's motion, and if it is adopted, you would then vote for it again as the main motion. If it fails, then the pending motion is to make Virginia or Georgia or New Mexico the 5th state. So does that make sense of where you are?
Yes. So we are calling for a vote on Frank's amendment. And would you like to repeat it so that people can be clear?
Yeah, I think there may be discussion too, but the idea is that Virginia and New Mexico be the 5th and the 6th state, but it doesn't set any particular order to those. We can determine the order when we determine the overall calendar.
Okay. Okay, is there discussion? I see Henry.
When I was a little boy, my dad used to put us in the back of a station wagon, and every vacation that we took was by car. And the first time I remember going to New Mexico, it was along a road that they used to call the Main Street of America, called Route 66, that cuts right through Mexico. And quite honestly, back then, they would talk about the road to the future, and it fell into disrepair. Right? And for me, what we've been doing is constructing a route to the future, and you find a lot of potholes, and you go through places that maybe are not so beautiful to look at. And what I've seen in this process, which I'm very proud of to be a part of, is a group of people who working on behalf of other people who actually look like the country that we live in, and who are going to challenge anyone who wants this nomination to look at those potholes. And for me, as a person who has worked for, in his public service career, now decades on immigration and border security and opportunity for people and breaking the cycle of poverty, it would be a mistake for us not to include the one state in this effort where candidates who are running for President of the United States in an early cycle would have to go and see what it's like down there and tell the American people, and it's not, for me, it's not a Latino question anymore. It's not even a border issue anymore. It affects healthcare and schooling and nutrition and feeling safe in this country. And so I am strongly in favor of this amendment to say to all of you all that Route 28 should include New Mexico and Virginia, because I do believe that it is very representative of the issues that need to be confronted by anyone who wants to be the nominee for the Democratic Party in this year.
Thank you, Henry. I'm going to ask the committee if they could keep their remarks brief, because I think we've heard so many great stories around all of these states, and I know we still have a lot of business to get to, but thank you so much, Henry. David?
Thank you. David McDonald, Washington. I won't tell a long personal story. I will note that my mother taught elementary school in Loving, New Mexico before she was married. I do have a connection there. But my focus for today is it's not just that New Mexico is a border state where immigration occurs. New Mexico is a border state with Arizona and with Texas and with Colorado. And it is a state where we have a chance of putting in a presidential campaign, a high level of activity, recruitment of organizers from nearby states who will then be able to go back to those states and possibly tip a balance. Certainly Arizona we know is going to be key. There's every chance that Texas may be in play in a way that it has not been in play in the past. And I think that there's an opportunity there that we should make sure that we take advantage of. All the demographics, everybody else has already said that, I endorse that, but the geographic and political opportunity that is there goes well beyond the demographics, I think.
Thank you, David. Stewart? Wendy?
Wendy Davis, Georgia. Thank you, Chairwoman. Along with Michael Kapp, I've spent a couple of months advocating for 6, wanting a second southern state, and frankly, wanting to add New Mexico. I thought their presentation was so compelling, and I've had the opportunity to work there a couple times, and I think it's a great place for us to add. If I'm understanding correctly, there are only 3 states looking to be 5 or 6 right now, and I think that it's not likely that anybody wants to pick 2 southern states among that. I don't know if it's right. We could just do a voice vote and do New Mexico, and then we could pick between us and Virginia. And I just wanted to add that both of us have to move our dates if we're moved into the early window. Virginia and Georgia would both have to do that. Virginia has a more straightforward course, but as I said before, I'm expecting us to have a Secretary of State who's a Democrat who can move it. Also, the current Republican Secretary of State just this week in an article reiterated what he said 4 years ago, which he thought 2028 would be a good year for Republicans to move up into an earlier time. So Thank you for y'all's consideration.
Raymond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 20 years ago, this committee expanded from New Hampshire and Iowa to include Nevada and South Carolina. At that point, the demographics were, we brought in an additional 1.5 million Black voices, and 950,000 Latino, and 332,000 AAPI, and 52,000 Native Americans, and 207,000 two or more. And that was a game changer for the last 20 years. By adding New Mexico and Virginia, it is even a larger game changer, which adds up to nearly 30 million people are now going to have a say before Super Tuesday. We have about 27 million. But what's exciting, and we have increased our Black and Latino and AAPI and our two or more races. But what's really exciting is that in 2006, there were only 52,000 Native American voices that were being heard. And that if we vote for New Mexico and Virginia, that will add 210,000 people of Native Americans to this. Folks, that's our story today, not about the order. It's about how we're bringing everyone together and welcoming them at our table. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Raymond. Andre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andre Schreiber from Texas. Texas is the state where geographically, literally the dividing line between the South and the Southwest goes through. In fact, we're all about to come and meet in August at that exact dividing line. So I'm very excited, needless to say, that this discussion is looking at states that are in the Southwest and South. And but out of respect for Madam Chair's wishes for brevity, I will only speak to one of those states instead of singing praises for all three. And so I'm going to choose to spend my time to speak in favor of New Mexico as well, our neighbor. As many have noted, New Mexico was the only border state to apply, and it matters so much to me as a border state as well to have that kind of representation, because I'm just going to be real, this isn't even something that's limited to party. Most of the people in DC do not get it, y'all, about what it is, about what life is like on the border, about what the realities are in a border state, and having our presidential candidates have to have those real conversations, and a lot of them are gonna be tough, let's not lie about that. But I think that brings a lot of value to our party, because otherwise the Republicans continue to just use that as a cudgel on us, and we simply can't lose on this issue and concede on this issue while ICE is out there in the streets killing Americans. Like, let's just call it what it is. So it is so important to me to have New Mexico elevated to be there. I think this is an excellent, excellent decision for the committee to make. Thank you.
Keith?
Yes, Keith Yamamoto from California. My sense also in this agreement with my co-committee person, Wendy Davis, in that I'm getting a sense that, and I'm fully supportive of New Mexico being the home of the first Native American Interior Secretary and presumably a governor, same person, and reflexive of how important it is to be a rainbow that Jesse Jackson spoke of. And I also look at it in reflection of what happened in Georgia in order to flip for our candidacy to be in the White House. And the campaign that they exercise needs, that infrastructure needs to be done as early as possible. And it wasn't called the Rainbow Coalition, it was called, was it Fair Share, or Fair Fight? Stacey Abrams did a phenomenal job, and the more that we reflect upon that kind of campaign, building that infrastructure in Georgia leads us to taking back the White House. And so my preference is to, for sure, vote on New Mexico, and then look at the other southern states, picking between Georgia and Virginia, that have expressed their opinion. And I just want to accentuate, part of that coalition in Georgia was Asian American Advancing Justice, as well as it was Black, brown, yellow, LGBTQ. It was a phenomenal effort in building that infrastructure there. Hopefully will translate into building that same infrastructure that we learned from them all across the country.
Thank you, Keith. Shad?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Shad Mirab, Colorado. I want to speak enthusiastically in favor of what Frank suggested in terms of the order of New Mexico and then Virginia, partly because whether we go with Virginia or Georgia, they're actually both expensive states to campaign in due to their media rates, among other varieties of factors. And New Mexico is the opposite. It is an affordable state to campaign in. And that means it's an opportunity for grassroots candidates who may or may not be able to compete in Virginia and continue their candidacies to have one last shot. And I think if we're a Democratic Party focused on inclusion and making sure that we are having the hard conversation about the future of the country and the future of the party, that cadence of New Mexico is the fifth state, and then Virginia, presumably, or Georgia is the final state in the window, helps us make sure that that conversation is whole throughout this early state process. And so I support that order.
Thank you so much. Yvette?
Yvette Lewis, Maryland. I support the pairing of Virginia and New Mexico as well. From the time I walked in as state party chair in Maryland in 2011, I had a partnership with Virginia. We were an export state, and we constantly sent our volunteers to Virginia. Virginia sent their volunteers to Maryland. And so we have that relationship. That is a relationship that would continue if Virginia were to be in the early window. The other thing about Virginia that I think is so important to recognize that we don't talk enough about is federal workers. They have gotten the crap kicked out of them by this president and DOJ and everybody else, and it has affected the economy. It has affected their livelihood, their families, their kids. And you have to see the faces of those children, both in Maryland and Virginia, who are frightened because parents who have had jobs forever were all of a sudden just out of work. So I think that gives our candidates, our presidential candidates, a chance to connect with those workers who have been severely, severely harmed and impacted. The other thing that I want us to be aware of about Virginia that is most exciting is that they have roughly 60 to 85 primary degree granting colleges, universities, including public four-year universities, public two-year community colleges, and private nonprofit or institutions. That's low-hanging fruit for us. That's low-hanging fruit for us in terms of recruiting new voters. My God, we can get in there, we can get on those campuses, we can talk to those young people, we can get all of these people out canvassing and organizing for us, and then we spread the love that then Virginia can become a serious import state for other places because we've gone in and we've worked with these young people. So I strongly support Virginia. I think New Mexico will be a great partner there, and this is what we got to do.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just wanted to associate my remarks to where I started off earlier today in speaking to ensuring that we hear from the voices of those who are often not heard from or marginalized in our party. If it was my own decision and not the decision of 48 of my other colleagues, my two strongest Sunbelt states would be North Carolina and Georgia. And for obvious reasons. Donald Trump won North Carolina by 183,048 votes, less than 3.5 percentage points in 2024. He won Georgia in 2024 by 115,100 votes. Again, less than 2.3% of the vote. They're the two strongest Sunbelt states left on our docket. They're expected to pick up one congressional seat each after the 2030 census. They're diverse. You can still win those states in single digits, and they're relevant to the Democratic Party getting the 270 electoral votes. I recognize that we don't have the mechanism by which we can, control the process in North Carolina, and hopefully, we will be able to say after November 3rd that Democrats will win in Georgia. Keisha Lance Bottom is the new governor, a new Secretary of State, and of course, the reelection of Senator John Ossoff, and hopefully in North Carolina, the election of Roy Cooper. But my two states would be two southern states, North Carolina and Georgia.
Thank you so much. I think I'm sorry, Jane?
Hi, Helen can probably tell me where the appropriate time to do this, but I would like to make an amendment to ensure that one state from each region goes before the two additional states.
It's, Jane, you can come back to that, but right now we have a motion on the floor that Frank put on the floor. It's a substitute motion, and we just finished a robust discussion around it, and we're about to proceed to a vote. But you can come back to that, because we will have time for that.
Okay.
So, Helen, would you reread Frank's motion so people can be clear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a main motion and a substitute motion. You will vote first on the substitute motion. If adopted, if the substitute is adopted, you will vote on it a second time as the main motion, okay? So the substitute motion was to make New Mexico and Virginia the 5th and 6th states. If you adopt that proposition, you will do this in a single motion. If you reject that substitute motion, you will go back to the main motion where the same 3 states are available to be selected. But the original motion was limited to the 5th state, okay? So what you are doing is deciding single motion for both states or back to a motion, 5th state, 3 choices.
Helen, can I just ask, so when are we going to vote on states 2, 3, and 4?
That's the
What?
order.
That's the order.
Oh, that is the order. We've
Yes.
already established that.
That's correct. Once we did the 6, it was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that's correct. So we're going to move to a vote on Frank's amendment, and then we'll come back to the second. Okay. Not 2. It's only been 4 states. Yes, go ahead.
So we have not voted on order. We have voted on states' number in no particular order, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's
This
right.
is to issue waivers to states 5 and 6.
6.
And then we will get into, the only order you have set is the first contest.
That's right.
So we are going to go back?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's right. We got to get 5 and 6 on the board. Yep. Okay.
And so for this motion, 5 and 6, it's not necessarily in that order that we're voting for right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
We still have the calendar to
Okay.
discuss. Order of calendar is next. Yep, that's correct. All in favor of Frank's substitute motion? Okay. We'll have Helen read it again.
Substitute motion is to vote on New Mexico and Virginia as the 5th and 6th states.
No order. We're getting to that next, because Jane has she's had a couple of not motions, but she's had a couple of discussions about calendar, so that's next. All in favor of Frank's substitute motion to combine New Mexico and Virginia, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So we have added two, no. Oh, we had to go back to, now we got to go back to the main motion, pardon me. Yeah. Yes. You want to read the main motion?
The main motion is now, the motion made by Mr. Leon, but in theory, you could still amend it again. That's why you're now going to vote yes or no on it as the main motion. Does that?
It's
Yeah.
the same, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a parliamentary thing.
That's why we have Helen here, to make sure we're doing it correct. So all in favor of the main motion, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. I think we've made it through, adding a fifth and sixth state. So we're now getting ready to go to the calendar and order. As a reminder, the committee has voted to select the following states to be in the nominating contest process in the window: New Hampshire, Michigan, South Carolina, Nevada, Virginia, New Mexico. To guide this decision, my co-chair and I will we will display a proposal, it's just a proposal, on the screen to serve as a starting point for consideration. Staff, will you please display?
Chair, before you do that, I would like,
Go ahead.
because we're about to discuss order, so before we do that, I would like my amendment to be discussed and voted on.
Okay.
My amendment, I believe, would be to Michael Capp's proposal, that we're adding 6 states. There should be a sentence in there that should, I don't have the language in front of me, but would say something like, comma, each region must be represented before the 2 additional states move forward in the calendar.
Well, we don't, do you have the exact language? And Helen, I think so we're getting ready to discuss the calendar now, and you will have an opportunity at that time to actually propose, where you want, and I'm assuming that it's the Midwest state that you're talking about, Midwest states. But
I understand
Helen,
that, but I think this is a fundamental principle
Okay.
of our regions and state parties, that we believe that each of our regions must be represented before 2 additional states.
Cap's original amendment. So Cap's first amendment was to the resolution to add 6 states. The second was to, can we repeat what his second amendment was? Cap, can you repeat the second amendment that you offered today, that we voted on?
It was a motion.
Motion, yes, your motion,
It was a motion to allow us to begin the process to consider a 5th and 6th state for waivers.
And that's all, so Jane, what are you adding to?
So I'm adding the sentence, any additional states that are added, 1 state from each region must go on the calendar before any additional states are presented to the calendar.
I'm going to ask the parliamentarian to give some clarification on that, please.
There are 2 ways to accomplish that motion, okay? One of them is to make a motion with regard to these proposals prepared by staff. That then becomes the main motion, and what Ms. Klebe wishes to do is an amendment to that. So after that's pending. The other way to do it is as an incidental main motion where it's simply adopted as a rule for how these other things will be done. So there are two ways to do it. It is not actually an amendment to what Mr. Cap did earlier in the day. And because what Mr. Cap did was earlier in the day, it's no longer pending. So it can't be an amendment to that. So I'd leave it up to you whether you want to do it as an independent, incidental main motion or as an amendment to the consideration of the order.
Yes, I will make a motion that any calendar that we consider must have each state of each region represented first before the two new states are considered.
Discussion? David?
I'm opposed to putting another constraint on setting up the calendar. It's already difficult enough, and I think a bigger fundamental principle that we have is accessibility. And there is, we've started moving away from having small states where anybody can get started, get some visibility, and moving into large states in the calendar. I think that's maybe workable if the larger states end up at the back of the calendar as a transition to Super Tuesday. But I think we ought to preserve for ourselves the flexibility to set up a calendar that works with small states up front, progressing to large states, rather than force ourselves into a situation where we end up doing some small states, then a really big state that washes everybody out that doesn't have a lot of money, and then go back to a small state and then come back up to big. It may be that in any given cycle that it makes sense to do the regional consideration that Jane is talking about, but I think the overwhelming consideration is what's the narrative, what's the flow, how do the campaigns go, and is it accessible to more candidates from divergent interests than simply creating calendars that become accessible only to people who already are hugely familiar, have big war chests, and have institutional contacts and whatever, and that's what happens in a bigger state. So I would oppose this.
Thank you, David. Dennis?
Jane, I appreciate the motion. Although I have to agree with David, we're going to lose our flexibility if we tie our hands this way. I think this is going to be hard enough to get the right, perfect order of these 6 states. And I don't think you can discount those constraints that we're about to face in making that order work.
Andre?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Andre Washington from the great state of Ohio. I'm not opposed to your motion. I just want to see the calendar because I want to make sure that our candidates are not, they don't have to zigzag across the state when they're, across the country when they're campaigning. So I would like to first see the order and see if it is possible, and then I would like to make my vote.
Well, currently, we have a motion on the floor, and we're in discussion, unless the person that put the motion out wants to pull it back. But let me hear from Stuart.
I also agree with David, something I'm doing a lot more often than I have in the past. I appreciate Jane's intention with this, but I don't want to handcuff the members of the committee and not allow them to vote they may want to for the other reasons that have already been articulated. And we're still going to have the opportunity to put the states in any order we want. And I prefer to be allowed to maintain that ability rather than telling the members of the committee they can't vote the way they may want to.
Barry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barry Goodman from Michigan. First of all, I don't know if anybody heard the breaking news that it's not Taylor Farms that caused the cyclospora issue in this country. It is Trump derangement syndrome that's caused that. So I just want to throw that out. So he actually has some people that are suffering from that. I am in favor of Jane's motion. We have 4 regions that we voted on first. One from the south, one from the west, one from the east, one from the Midwest. Those 4 that we chose should go in order. Now, we know South Carolina's first. We don't know the second, third, fourth yet, but we've added 2 more states. And I think it would be wrong to have 2 southern states or 2 western states before you have an east or a Midwest. I do believe the order that is set by picking those 4 states is the way we should be considering it because of the importance of those first 4 being chosen. Thank you.
And just to clarify, we have only set the first state, and so as soon as we finish with this process, we are going to look at a proposed calendar and figure out the other pieces. Alicia?
Thank you. Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. I am in agreement with Jane's amendment or proposal, I guess, because I am from the Midwest. And we're talking about what makes it easy for this committee versus what it is that we're trying to do. And that's test our presidential candidates. And if we continue to treat the Midwest like a flyover country, I mean, that's what we're saying. Skip the Midwest and just kind of go and maybe we'll figure out. We're exacerbating the problem that we say that we're trying to fix here.
Thank you. Gary?
I'm going to be opposing the motion. I don't think we should handcuff ourselves, especially without at least first seeing what the dates are and how, what legislative changes might need to be made or not made, and therefore I oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this concludes the discussion, and we can move to a vote. Oops. Oh, that's Gary. You're putting yours down. Okay. All in favor of Jane's motion? Say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. We might need to do a show of hands on this one. All in favor of Jane's? Hold on one second. Those are, you can put your hands down. Those opposed? So, okay. If you can give us just a second, Jane, we're trying to figure out the vote count. No, 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 no. No, 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 we won't allow that, Jane. No, 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 no.
That is not cool.
Yeah.
Can I ask? Point of order? For a motion to pass, do you need a majority of the committee or a majority of those voting?
Yes. Well, at this particular point, the motion is tied. And then it fails if it's tied. Yes.
Microphone?
Sorry, I didn't realize that I'd been given Shad's proxy, and she forgot Elaine's proxy. So I don't know if it's appropriate to add an additional vote, unless we each voted a different way, then we're still tied, which would be really amazing. We would still be tied, yes.
Okay, you're still
So,
tied.
Never mind.
Okay.
We can look at the calendar. I
That's
think
where it was.
the point has been clearly made. We cannot have the Midwest region be flown over. There's
That's
not a
correct.
single state right now in the calendar, even in the central time zone.
Mm-hmm.
It is very important that Middle America is seen by our presidential candidates. And I know the map that we're about to see puts New Mexico before Michigan. And there's going to be lots of conversation about can a state change dates, et cetera. And I welcome that discussion and discussion of which states can change and not change. But I hope that rules aren't going to be changing now in the middle of the game, because each state and each region should be in the first 4 states. Our presidential candidates always, in every presidential calendar, have had to crisscross this country. That's the point of having a state in each of the regions, which we have always done.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just say, as a fellow Midwesterner from the great state of Minnesota, who cares deeply about my region, my home state, as much as you care about the region and your home state. I'm glad we're both from Minnesota, but are from the Midwest. I do want to say this, Jane. Any insinuation that the rules are changing is not accurate. I think fair points were raised about the reality, which is why we have to look at this whole calendar before we make a decision, is because there is a provision in the resolution that says that you have to actually make these changes by September 15th. If we move a state into this window that cannot, in fact, make these changes by September 15th, they're now in violation. And we put a state in there, and so we have to consider all of these pieces. No one is suggesting at all, Jane, no one has, that we should not put the Midwest state first. But we have to look at the whole piece, as David has said and others have said here, before we make the decision. Your point remains. But any insinuation that somehow, if it's not moved in there, someone is actually changing the rules or rigging the game is very dangerous and not accurate. I want to be very clear, because if that is a decision of this committee, because the rules won't provide for it, it's not rigging the system. What it is doing is an acknowledgement that the rules as they stand do not provide for that. So we need to actually consider all of these pieces, not just the regions in this. And I want to be very careful about the language we use, because if we can't put it in there, it's not rigging the system. It is an acknowledgement that we just can't make it happen. I love the
Understood, Chair.
Midwest as much as you do.
I want to have clarity then from the staff, because if there are states that we just spent the last 48 hours considering putting into this window that cannot meet a September 15th deadline that you just brought up, then why did we even consider them?
That is a fair point, Jane, but
So
this,
what states are those?
Procedurally, if you will allow, we definitely have your point. But I do want to reinforce the chairman's point. I don't sit on this committee to rig. I sit on this committee to make sure that each one of you have a voice and you are represented. And I'm sure if Jim was here, he would say the same thing. And we try very hard to make sure each and every one of you have a voice on this committee. So I want to say that for the record, because I think you all work too hard to make sure that this process is seen as transparent, fair, and rigorous. So right now, I'm going to call Roger up.
Just do it.
Oh, Jim.
No, I just want to definitely second what my co-chair just said.
Thank you, Jim.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just have a point of clarification. I have a question through the chair to Michigan, if I may. Did I hear Representative Debbie Dingle correctly that Michigan prefers to go fourth?
She's here. She can restate what she stated, but that is correct. Go ahead.
So when we all had the discussion about the first, we clearly stated that we would go fourth, and our primary was scheduled for February 22nd. I will be honest that in all these discussions of the last 48 hours and discussions of moving primaries, and we were not the only, we said we preferred the 22nd, but if the order, because look, we need to be together, and we are we are presenting a whole program of people, how we're representing people. But to be honest, I never heard the date in all of the discussions that I have had of September 15th until the last 20 minutes, and nor have some other states. So I don't know what resolution that's in. We're going to have to keep working this through, and we got to come out of this unified. But I don't think that's been a very clear point of communication regarding a number of the states, and I believe Virginia is going to have to change their date. Can they do it by September 15th?
So
No. So it's like, this is new news.
Well,
Wait a
I'm sorry,
minute.
the resolution that was adopted by the committee last October required that all criteria put in waivers be met within 30 days of the issuance of those waivers. And we'll get to those once we've set the calendar and have the specific dates. But one of the criteria within those is confirmation that you are indeed able to change your date or to hold your contest on the date approved by this committee. So 30 days and September 15th is based on the general session date at the August DNC meeting of August 15th. 30 days from that would be September 15th, 14th, 15th of 2026.
As we did prefer to be the fourth state, I want to make that clear. If that is in the rules, we will not be able to move our primary date by the 15th. We asked for the 22nd, but I think that needs to be clearly understood in this entire order conversation because we're not the only state impacted.
Okay, so right now, so that we can get to this issue, we're going to ask Roger to come up and look at a proposed, oh, there he is. Okay. Roger, would you please look at you want to sit here or, okay. And remember, this is proposed. This will address all the issues that are still lingering out here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Chair said, this is an initial draft calendar that you're about to see. It's just a starting point that reflects the general consensus of the committee, while being conscious of the current statutory dates for certain states. It includes all the things that you voted on, a calendar that begins with South Carolina, 6 waivers, more states in the South and the Southwest, 2 of the fastest growing parts of our country, and we'll add millions more voters from the Black, Latino, Native American, and Asian American communities, along with more union households having an earlier voice in our nominating process than ever. I managed Elizabeth Warren's presidential campaign in 2020. As a campaign manager, what I also valued is a process that is clear, provides certainty, so you can plan, budget, schedule, hire, and run a strong campaign, and will produce results that we know we can count on. This calendar reflects your decision to keep South Carolina's contest first, but also takes into account statutes that have governed the dates of the other states you have chosen. We want this discussion to begin with the committee seeing what is feasible right now, without the need for states to win elections and implement legislative changes. That's because a calendar that deviates from those statutory dates creates the possibility that we may have to come back and change what we do here in a few months, if, God forbid, we don't win those races. If we've moved other states into those slots, that creates a real mess for us to clean up later on. And this will all be happening at a time when candidates will have already announced. This calendar will also allow candidates to actually campaign in the states that you have chosen by providing at least 1 week in between each contest. If you remember in 2020, during the campaign for president, we had 4 contests and 4 debates in just 26 days in the early window calendar. There was minimal time to campaign and almost no time for debate prep. And at the end of the early window, we only had 3 days between the final contest in South Carolina and Super Tuesday. So as you can see from this calendar in front of you, these contests are spread out over 38 days, with a full week between the final contest and Super Tuesday. That's a calendar that covers 45 days. Additionally, we believe that this calendar is structured to ensure that the smaller and more affordable states that you voted to include are held in the earlier part of the window, while the larger states that you approved are towards the back, to make sure this is the most accessible calendar that doesn't just favor the biggest campaigns with the most name ID and the largest war test, but it allows grassroots candidates a chance to tell their story, catch fire, and compete for our party's nomination. Importantly, this calendar battle tests our nominee to ensure our nominee is the best possible candidate to take back the White House in 2028. So again, this is just a starting point for the debate. but we believe that the general components of this calendar meets the standard that Chair Ken Martin set for all of you when you began deliberating many months ago. It creates a process that is rigorous, efficient, and fair, and I have no doubt will produce the strongest nominee possible in 2028. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, did you have something you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
I was just talking with thank you, Madam Chair. I was just talking with our former chairwoman about this, and I guess this is a question for the chair and our co-chairs as well as our staff here, which is, could we in fact amend the resolution we passed earlier to allow for more time? And if so, what I would like to do on behalf of Chairwoman Brazil, who is the member, is to make a motion that we extend that date to October 15th, but before the November election. Otherwise, I think the concern we all have, of course, is that if we're trying to give people an extra month to basically make these legislative changes, but we don't want to have to revisit this. We don't want to have to revisit this calendar after the November election. Go ahead.
So to the question of can you amend the resolution, yes, that was something that was also done earlier today. What I would say is the waiver language itself doesn't require that the changes are made. It requires that the state party provide the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee written confirmation from whatever legislative body, whatever electoral or election administration institution that sets their date, confirmation that the state is indeed able to hold their contest on the date that this body and the DNC ultimately sets. Yeah, there is no legislative requirement to be made, or legislative change that needs to be made, but you do need signed, if you need to change your law, you need written confirmation from the governor, legislative leaders in each body in the majority, that they would indeed introduce and support the passage of that legislation to meet that requirement.
We'll make sure everyone gets another copy of this in their inbox. David, I think you have.
All I was going to say is if you choose to make the motion, I'll make it for you since you can't make it. You're not a member. That's all.
Let's say
I was on standby, David.
Dennis?
I think Jim wanted to.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry.
Just let me say that I don't see any problem with amending this to provide for an additional month.
Well, I think Sham just explained that in the current document, what we're only requiring is for the states to sign that they can, or their states would be willing to work towards that. So it looks like there might be some consensus around the room that the document as it stands will be okay, and that they don't have to meet necessarily they only have to meet the September 15th deadline as a first phase of this process.
Understand.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to make the change either. With that in mind, to kickstart this conversation, I would like to move this calendar forward. I am making that motion.
A motion to move the calendar forward is second. It's open for discussion. Jane?
Obviously, you know my discussion point. So, Michigan, I believe, needs to be on the 15th, not the 22nd. There are 3 states, according to my notes, unless staff have information that my information is incorrect. Virginia, Michigan, and New Mexico will all need to change dates. New Hampshire will be a party-run primary, so that will be internal. Same with South Carolina, there's internal too. So, I do deeply believe that as a national party, we need to have a primary in each of our 4 regions before we go to 2 additional states. And I deeply love New Mexico and Virginia, as you all know. I just believe that Michigan has to be in that 4th spot.
So Jane, are you making a motion to move Michigan up to the 15th?
I am making a motion to move Michigan up to February 15th.
And there has been a second on that, so is there discussion? Dennis?
While in principle, I do agree that we should hit every region first, I sincerely worry that if we make this change, Jane, that New Mexico will literally get skipped. And it will become the flyover. And a lot of us on here fought very hard for this sixth state to be added. Additionally, I would say if we can put the smaller states first, I think everyone gets a fair shake of participation by the candidates. And we build towards Super Tuesday, small state, small state, small state, larger state, larger state. So I would oppose making that amendment.
Debbie?
First of all, I want to strongly agree with Jane on the principle that we had 4 regions for a reason, and we should be respecting that. And for too long, Democrats flew over the Midwest, and that's been a problem. Having said that, we need to come out of here united. We cannot move the February 22nd date by the October 15th date. And we need to get a calendar and come out of here and tell the American people that we are going to fucking win in 2 years the White House back.
Steve?
Well, my question was going to be directed at Debbie, but I think she's made herself perfectly clear. Just because I understand the concept, and I very much support Jane's proposal, but mostly in this instance, because we're not going to codify it as a rule of the party right now, in this instance, you're the region that would be most impacted. Yeah. And if you're saying there's no way to move it no matter what, if you're the one most impacted, but not by the date. Yeah. So if you're the one most impacted and you are okay staying on the 22nd of February, although I don't like it, because of the precedent it might set, and as long as this group and those to follow understand we prioritize the regions first in these moments, then I stand for the original map that Dennis had moved.
I believe the Congresswoman stepped out of the room, Sham, when you clarified what the September or October deadline would mean. And I just think it would be worth making sure she understands what is required by that date before we continue this discussion.
We'd have to have the signature of both leaders, correct? The House and the Senate and the governor. And
Yes, ma'am.
bluntly, April, I wouldn't put a penny on it.
So you're pretty clear on, so you stand by your statements, you can't move by? Okay, great. Lots of energy, lots of energy. Does any? That, always, 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 always. So is there any further discussion on Jane's amendment? Coleman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I do support President Klebb's amendment. I think, we've gone out of our way to develop a process. So we went through this process of affirming 4 states, 4 regions. So it feels kind of out of pocket to then say, never mind. And it also feels, as the Congresswoman said, I'm going to quote, it's always kind of great to quote Debbie Dingell, kind of feels like we're screwing over the region and the state. And I'm not necessarily, I'm not there in terms of that being a narrative. I do agree, we must come out of here united. I've said that many times, but I also believe that when we look at the parity of going region by region by region by region first, that too feels like a fair narrative coming out of this body in that process, so that each region is represented
time to do it
fairly.
some feedback.
Yes, Lord.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That may have been the Lord telling me. It's either the
Land the
Lord telling me
plane.
or Republicans coming after me.
Yeah.
But for all of those reasons, I would support the President Klebb's amendment.
Carol?
Call the question.
It's not Carol, it's Andre. I've dropped mine, so I borrowed
Oh.
hers.
So we only have one other person then that's want to make a comment, and we can move to a vote after that.
Madam Chair, I'm in support of this motion. I just wanted to see the calendar before I voted on it. So, yes, I'm in support.
Frank?
Frankly, on DC, again, just for a little clarification here, what has to happen by September 15th is there has to be confirmation from the governor and the legislature or the Secretary of State or the state party, whoever makes the decision, that they can meet the date that we set forth in the calendar. The problem, as I understand it, with Michigan is they currently have a Republican House, and so they can't make that confirmation. So September or October will come and go, and they won't be able to move. So we don't want to, I understand President Klebb's comment, and I'd like to defer to that, but as a practical matter, we need to be able to move these dates in order to meet the dates that are in the calendar. New Mexico and Virginia have a trifecta. We can move our dates. South Carolina, the state party chair can do it. New Hampshire, if it's going to be a party-run process, the party can do it. So those are all dates that can be, we can adopt this calendar, it can actually work. But if we say we're going to adopt a calendar that's contingent on Michigan moving and Michigan can't move, that just doesn't make any sense, if I understand it correctly.
So we're going to, I'm sorry, who? Debbie?
I do want to ask this question as we're voting on this calendar. Can Virginia get done by October 15th?
Go ahead. Virginia can get statements from the governor and our Democratic legislature, and I'm assuming New Mexico can also do that as well. We can't make the statute, well, I take that back. We potentially could have a special session and make the statutory change as well, but even if we can't do that, we can get the assurances in time, so, according to Susan.
The governor from New Mexico has assured me that she can get it done.
Yeah, I think, if I may
My
speak,
state, I
Susan,
can't.
Susan Swecker, I think in our original packet, we had letters from our leaders that said we will make whatever statutory change you need to make and whatever else to make it work. So thank you.
Okay. So we're going to move to a vote on Jane's amendment right quick.
I just want to say one more.
Jane, okay.
I just want to say one more comment.
Okay.
I really do wish that this information would have been brought to the body before we voted on 5 and 6 states. I think several of us would have not voted on a 5th and 6th state if we knew that would have been bumping our region out of the first 4. And this is the calendar that we're now going to have to live with, and I respect that. We will go with the will of this body 100%. I am a team player through and through. Everybody at this table knows that. I just think that piece of this process does not sit well. And it's unfortunate, but it's water under the bridge, and we will move forward with the calendar before us. Because Representative Dingell has made it clear that Michigan can't move, so we should move back to the original.
So you're withdrawing your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're going to move to a vote on the calendar then. This, wait a minute. We got to change it back to the original. I want everybody to take a look at this because we are getting ready to vote on this. Is there any discussion on this particular calendar? Calling the question. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. This is the
But now we get to talk about waivers.
Well, now we get to talk about the exciting news of waivers. Now that the committee has reached a consensus on the states and the order of the early calendar, we will now consider Rule 12 waivers for adoption. To describe the waivers proposed on the screen, I'd like for Sham to walk us through the drafted language. Staff, can you display the language?
When it comes up. Oh, do you want it right now, or? Sorry. Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for this. So part of what a Rule 12 waiver is also a physical written document. We're going to run through what these individual documents look like. So there are 6 states that you've decided to issue waivers to. And to save you all the trouble here, we are also going to, we will send these out via email. But effectively, these documents say that pursuant to Rule 12A of the delegate selection rules for the 2028 Democratic National Convention, and subject to ratification of the DNC, the RBC hereby provides the South Carolina Democratic Party a waiver to the provisions of Rule 12A, which set the date of the calendar, prohibiting any state party from holding its first determining stage in its presidential nomination process prior to the first Tuesday in March in order to permit South Carolina to hold its state-run primary on January 22nd, 2028, and only that date, contingent upon the South Carolina Democratic Party meeting the following requirements. As a reminder, in South Carolina, the executive committee of the state party determines the date of the presidential nominating contest. So by September 15th, the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party must submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a signed letter affirming their intention to set the date of the South Carolina 2028 Democratic Presidential State-Run Primary on January 22nd, 2028. The next section is going to be consistent for every individual state as a part of our voter file access agreements and our agreements with state parties. We do need to get to a deal with each individual state in order to provide access to the voter file for those states. To read through it, and this is going to be the same in all 6 waivers. The South Carolina Democratic Party shall offer voter file access to all bona fide Democratic presidential candidates, with such access to be administered by the DNC. By September 15th, 2026, the South Carolina Democratic Party must enter into a written agreement with the DNC setting the terms for this access. These terms must include an option for all bona fide Democratic presidential candidates to receive voter file access for a fee paid to the South Carolina Democratic Party of no more than $10,000 and without any other unreasonable requirements. For the avoidance of doubt, the South Carolina Democratic Party may choose to separately offer its own proprietary data in addition to base voter file access to Democratic presidential campaigns on other terms for additional consideration subject to its own determination. And then as a close, and this is also going to be consistent in each waiver, is for the avoidance of doubt, if the South Carolina Democratic Party has not met any of the requirements set forth in this contingent waiver, then this waiver is null and void, and South Carolina Democratic Party must hold the first determining stage of its presidential nomination process on or after March 7th, 2028, and before June 12th, 2028. I'm going to go through all of them.
Yes.
And then we'll do a motion on the whole. Can we scroll down to Nevada? All right, so very similar language on the first part, but this is a waiver to allow the state of Nevada to hold its state-run primary on February 1st, 2028. As this is already in statute, the waiver does say that the Nevada Democratic Party must submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a signed letter from the Secretary of State of Nevada affirming the 2028 Democratic presidential primary will be held on February 1st, 2028. In an effort to ensure that any changes in all legislative actions are specific to the 2028 cycle, there is language in here that says by September 15th, 2026, the Nevada Democratic Party must certify to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee that they have taken provable positive steps to enact statutory changes to repeal the law setting the date of the Nevada presidential primary and replace it with legislation that ensures the approved date or position in the order of states for their first determining step will only be applicable to the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. Again, the same voter file language, and then at the end, the same language on if the state party fails to meet any of these requirements, then the waiver will be null and void. I'm sorry, there's a typo there. All right, moving to New Hampshire. This waiver is to provide New Hampshire a waiver to hold their first determining step in the early window using a party-run first determining step on February 8th, 2028. And it reads, by September 15th, 2026, the New Hampshire Democratic Party must submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a plan detailing the process the state party will use to determine presidential preference in New Hampshire. This plan will be subject to review by the Rules and Bylaws Committee co-chairs prior to approval by the full Rules and Bylaws Committee. There is also similar language in here to ensure that the primary date, the state-run primary date in the state of New Hampshire is subject to the same expectations that the statutorily set date in Nevada is as well. We also have the voter file language, and then the for the avoidance of doubt, if the state party fails to meet the requirements, the waiver is null and void. Moving on to New Mexico. This waiver provides for the New Mexico Democratic Party to hold its first determining step as a state-run primary on February 15th, 2028. It also requires that by September 15th, the New Mexico Democratic Party submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a signed letter from the Governor of New Mexico, the Majority Leader of the New Mexico Senate, and the Speaker of the New Mexico House of Representatives stating their intention to introduce and support the passage of legislation setting the date of the New Mexico 2028 Democratic Presidential State-Run Primary on February 15th, 2028. This letter should also include a commitment that any statutory changes will only be applicable to the 2028 Democratic Presidential Primary. Same voter file language, the same language on failing to meet any requirements in the waiver. All right, moving on to Michigan. This waiver provides for the Michigan Democratic Party to hold a state-run primary on February 22nd, 2028. And it requires that by September 15th, 2026, the Michigan Democratic Party must submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a signed letter from the Michigan Secretary of State reaffirming the date of the 2028 Democratic Presidential State-Run Primary on February 22nd, 2028. This is different from states where you need legislative changes because this has already been set in their statute. So there is no requirement for because there's no legislative change, you don't need legislative leaders to confirm this. And it also includes the same language from the New Hampshire and the Nevada waiver that by September 15th, the Michigan Democratic Party must certify to the co-chairs of the RBC that they have taken provable positive steps to enact statutory changes to repeal the law setting the date of the Michigan presidential primary and ensuring that any approved date or position in the order is only applicable to the 2028 Democratic presidential primary. Same voter file language and the requirement that the criteria are met. All right, and the last one. This one is for Virginia, and it provides for the Democratic Party of Virginia to hold a state-run primary on February 29th, 2028. It says by September 15, 2026, the Democratic Party of Virginia must submit to the co-chairs of the Rules and Bylaws Committee a signed letter from the Governor of Virginia, the Majority Leader of the Senate of Virginia, and the Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates stating their intention to introduce and support passage of legislation setting the date of the Virginia 2028 Democratic Presidential State-Run Primary on February 29th, 2028. The letter should also include a commitment that any statutory changes will only be applicable to the 2028 Democratic Presidential Primary. Same voter file language and the requirement that the criteria are met.
Is that it? So are there any questions? And I see Frank has his 10 up.
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, Jim, is that you?
My question is, should the New Hampshire waiver say a party-run or state-run primary on that, so in case they should, I realize it's very unlikely, come to their senses and amend their state law?
We'll defer to Raymond over there. Raymond, did you want to? Jim is asking a specific, did you, Jim, would you like to repeat the question for Raymond, or did you hear it, Raymond?
Yes, should the waiver for New Hampshire say, it now says a party-run primary, should it say a party-run or state-run in case, as unlikely as that may seem, that ends up being a possibility?
Apparently, apparently this was all passed in that October meeting that was in between my father's passing and the funeral, which was the next day. So I have absolutely no memory of this conversation. And so I can't answer any of this until I've actually read it and thought it through.
Okay,
So,
go ahead. Go
sorry,
ahead, Sean.
Mr. Chairman, I think the question was whether or not the New Hampshire Democratic Party would like the flexibility to hold a state-run primary if the legislature were to change the law to allow that, and to have that language in the waiver.
Again, I'm reading this for the first time, and I learned long ago in elective office that you don't agree to a contract without reading it and thinking it through. I'm sorry.
Okay, Dennis?
I'm with the co-chair. I don't see the harm in adding it. It allows for maximum flexibility. That way, Ray doesn't necessarily have to answer that question right now.
Any further discussion? Frank?
Yeah, frankly, on Washington, D.C. So this is interesting, and I want to make sure people get it. What it says is that New Mexico and Virginia can have this primary in an early date, but they have to have the legislation written so it sunsets, and it only applies in 2028. Moreover, Michigan and Nevada, as I understand it, need to go back and change their legislation so that it only applies in 2028. So we can have a clean slate in 2032. And I just want confirmation that that's what this actually says, because I don't think we've talked about this. But then I guess my question is, what happens if Michigan and or Nevada aren't able to get that assurance? They both, one has a Republican governor, another has a Republican legislature. What then? If they can't give that assurance that this is only for 2028 by September 15th?
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah. Yeah. Debbie, did you want to speak to that?
Michigan's law.
No, it's already the law, but the new provision that is in this waiver letter provides that you need to change that law so it only applies in 2028.
Sorry, could we pull up the Michigan
If I understand
waiver? It requires the state party to take provable positive steps to change the law, and doesn't require to the extent that they are able to under political situations.
You might want to clarify that with the states to make sure that they get that distinction.
Mm-hmm. Is there any further discussion around the state waivers? Dennis, Carol?
Oh, I just was going to say, we've seen in the last few days and weeks how much these state laws complicate what we do and what the states do. I mean, some of those laws, I think, were passed to box in this committee and have turned out to box in the state parties. So I think any effort that can be made by state parties to make statutory changes to make these things go from just one cycle at the time rather than to nail it down in perpetuity, I think is helpful. Obviously, not everybody will be able to get their laws changed, but if they can, I certainly think that would be helpful.
Thank you. Dennis?
I'm with Carol. I think every state party ought to go get their kind of law. So they can With that in mind, I'd like to make a motion to approve these 6 waivers.
Okay. Is there further discussion on that? If not, we can move to a vote. Go ahead.
Did you want to also move the amendment to the New Hampshire waiver to include or state-run?
Yes, including the amendment.
Would you like to repeat your amendment so people are clear?
Yes, I'd like to move the 6 waivers as
Scroll
read
New
by
Hampshire.
Sham, including the change to New Hampshire to include the state-run primary language.
Is there a second to that?
Can we scroll up to New Hampshire
Pardon me?
just for the live stream?
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it, and this resolution for the waivers have been approved. Amendment, sorry. This amendment has been approved. Now where we go?
Now we're back to the
Full.
resolution.
So so we now have a resolution that we're going to put up?
This is it.
Yeah, well, I can't see because I got my glasses on that.
Dennis moved the adoption.
Yeah, I got it, yeah. So now we can breathe. Let's breathe. Okay. Yes, we're through. No, we're not through. So are we, any further discussion on this? Yes.
I'd just like to make a note that if we are going to be adding the option of a state-run first determining step for New Hampshire, staff is going to need to add language that clarifies what that will look like, because right now this is drafted for just a party-run process. So we would also like to get approval to draft that right now.
Any discussion around Andy's proposal, amendment? So now, since there's no discussion, now we're going to go back to the full resolution and vote on that. All in favor of the 6 waivers? Any opposed? Ayes have it, and the waivers have been approved. Yes. We're through. Believe it or not, even with the little confusion at the end, we are at the end of this journey. Thank you very much. But before we close, I'd like to ask Chairman Martin if he would like to give us some closing remarks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, on the phone. I want to close by thanking both Mignon and Jim for their leadership, of course. A big round of applause. Also to Sham Rahman and Will Alexander for their terrific work on this committee. And I want to thank every member of this committee for the seriousness, the integrity, and the commitment you brought to this work. What we have accomplished is about far more than selecting a group of early states. We have designed a process that reflects who we are as Democrats, tests what it will take to win, and gives every voice in our party a meaningful opportunity to be heard. From the beginning, all of us said that this must meet 3 essential tests. It must be rigorous, it must be efficient, and it must be fair. It is rigorous because our eventual nominee must be prepared not simply to win a primary, but to win the presidency. This calendar will battle test our candidates with the voters who form the heart of our coalition and across the geographic regions that will determine the future of our country. It will require candidates to listen, to organize, compete, and build trust in communities that reflect the full breadth of our party and our nation. It will test whether they can inspire our base, expand our electorate, communicate with working people, and compete in the places that Democrats must win to take back the White House. And the numbers tell a powerful story about how much broader, stronger, and more representative that this early window will be. There are 4.6 million Black Americans living in the early window states, a 160% increase from the 2020
early window. There are 4.2 million Latinos living in these states, a 140% increase from 2020. The early window includes 1.4 million Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Americans, a 180% increase from 2020, and it includes 370,000 Native Americans, a 330% increase from the last early window. But the diversity of our party is not reflected only in race or ethnicity, it is also reflected in our experiences, our economic circumstances, our communities, and the lives we lead. There are 14 million Americans without a college degree living in these early window states, a 125% increase from 2020. More than 2.8 million young people between the ages of 18 and 24 live in these states. More than 1.1 million union workers, very important to me and others in this room, live in the early window. And more than 2.1 million veterans and members of military families live in these states. These are not simply statistics on a page. They represent millions of Americans whose voices, experience, and aspirations must help shape the future of our party and our country. They are the nurse finishing a night shift, the veteran building a new life at home, a union worker fighting for a fair wage, the young person voting in their first presidential election, the small business owner working to keep the doors open, and the family wondering whether the promise of America will extend to the next generation. This calendar, as all of you know, also amplifies Black and Southern voices, a critical foundation of the Democratic Party, and a particularly important commitment in the wake of the Calais ruling. These voters have carried our party through its most consequential elections. They should never be treated as an afterthought in the process of choosing the person who will lead it. The nominee who emerges from this process will be stronger because they will have earned the support of Democrats across racial, regional, economic, and generational lines. They will have been tested not in one kind of community or one region of the country, but across the diverse coalition we must unite and mobilize to take back the White House. Now look, this calendar is efficient because every serious candidate deserves a genuine opportunity to compete. The early window, as we've said, should not be a contest reserved for the biggest bank account, the most famous name, or the campaign with the greatest head start. It should allow all of our candidates to use their resources wisely, introduce themselves to voters, build organizations, and make their case without being priced out before the process has truly begun. By including states with affordable media markets and communities where candidates can campaign directly and meaningfully, we are creating an early window in which all of our candidates can compete fairly. Ultimately, voters, not money, not name recognition or momentum manufactured elsewhere, must determine our nominee. And this calendar is fair because the Democratic Party belongs to all Democrats. It belongs to every wing of our party, every region of our country, and people from every walk of life. Whether someone lives in a major city, a rural community, a suburb, or a small town, whether they have been active in our party for decades or are casting their first primary ballot, they deserve to be seen, respected, and heard. That commitment to fairness was reflected not only in the calendar that we produced, but also, as I've mentioned, in the historic committee that produced it. The democratization reforms that I put forward and you all supported created the largest Rules and Bylaws Committee in our party's history, with greater racial and regional diversity than ever before. For the first time, representatives chosen directly by our caucuses and councils had a seat at this table, ensuring that the communities that sustain our party could participate directly in shaping one of its most consequential decisions. That was not merely a procedural reform. Thanks to all of you, it was a declaration of our values. We believe that better decisions are made when more voices are included. We believe that democracy must be practiced inside our party if we are going to defend it throughout our country. And we believe the people most affected by our decisions deserve a meaningful role in making them. Because this was the most representative Rules and Bylaws Committee in our history, it produced the most diverse early state calendar in our history. That is not a coincidence. It is what happens when we open the doors, when we brought in participation, and we brought in trust and bring in the full diversity of our party to help lead. This process that you all helped shape demonstrated that unity does not require unanimity. Unity means listening honestly, debating respectfully, and ultimately moving forward together with the shared purpose. Every member may not have received everything they wanted, but every member had the opportunity to contribute. Every perspective was taken seriously, and every voice in this room and the other voices who chimed in helped shape the final result. The work we have done will help determine not only how Democrats choose our next nominee, but how prepared that nominee will be to lead our party and our country. Because of this calendar, our candidates will be tested. Because of this process, millions more Americans will be heard. Because of this committee, our party is and will be stronger. And because of the work that all of us have done together, our eventual nominee will enter the general election prepared to unite our coalition, to compete in every part of the country, and to win back the White House. Thank you. Thank you all for your service. Thank you for your faith in this party. And thank you for proving that when Democrats lead with rigor, efficiency, fairness, and inclusion, we do more than write rules. We strengthen our party, we deepen our democracy, and we build a brighter future for every American. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to take this time to thank all the hotel staff who has been so diligently working with us this weekend. I'd also like to thank the party affairs staff and the Secretary's office for working to prepare us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, we stand adjourned.
Good. Good. It's a big
Huge.
victory.
All right, boo. I hope you get some rest this weekend, love.
You too.